Pleasant morning to you and welcome to Pre-Review Cricket Complex. Another day of cricket in the USA's version of Champions Trophy, USA, Canada, and West Indies over 60s. So here we are today for semi-final number one. It's Canada over 60s against West Indies over 60s. News from the toss. The Canadian side, they've won the toss. They've opted to bowl first. West Indies batsmen are out there in the middle already. Harry Narain and Tej Narain Ramroop. Alan Thuza is about to deliver the first ball in windy conditions, dark overhead, not dark enough to stop play. They've started already with the ball hitting in the air. First delivery, and he's given a soft dismissal, caught at mid-off. West Indies, the worst start ever. Opening batsman with a lot of expectations. Gone, caught at mid-off by Austin off the bowling of D'Souza. West Indies off to a terrible start. One down, first ball, without a run on the board. Good morning, Colin Croft.
Well, good morning. Very disappointing start here for the West Indies over 60s because you're right. First delivery, very soft dismissal. The ball was short of a length. Kind of looped to the batsman. I thought he might have pulled that towards the leg side. Instead, he played it on the offside, middle of the bat, hit it with not a lot of power, but it did get out to the man at mid-off, who took a relatively easy catch coming forward down to his ankles. He did take it eventually. The batsman comes off very disconsolately because he's been dismissed for no score in the very first ball of this innings. 45 overs. You're going to try to bat out the overs and try to get maybe 220, 230. Not a good start at all for the West Indies over 60s, losing their first wicket in the very first ball. You are right about the conditions, overcast, very overcast, probably the most overcast day we've seen here since we've come here. Again, wind moving from west to east, but the clouds are moving and they're heavy. Forecast is for rain tomorrow, Wednesday, today, Tuesday. It's still overcast and dark. Not a good start. The weather is a little bit cold. And not a good start for West Indies over 60s.
The new batsman is Captain Roy Singh. He's coming off a commanding innings of 97 a few days ago.
He's going to have to bat, I think, throughout this innings again, just to shepherd and make sure that the team gets at least a 200. That's a good number. First 100, then 200. Then see how you go. At least 100 and 150, 200.
He's got to start over here. Runs on the board here for West Indies over 60s. With the wide outside the off stump, they've taken an extra bye, but they all count as wides, 2 extras nonetheless.
Well, a start at least for the innings after dismissal on the very first ball. Disappointing dismissal. As I said, I thought that ball could have been hit anywhere. Maybe the leg side. The batsman elected to go on the offside, hit the middle of the bat, went straight to mid-off, who just had to step in once or twice.
Ramroop gets a nice delivery that will get some runs. He's going to get off the mark. Now it runs off the bat. The possibility they can get a third. Roy Singh turned his back, not looking at the ball. Ramroop was looking for it, but it's stand back. But it's a perfect start, we'll say, for Canada.
Of course, the Canadians got a wicket in the first ball. Anytime you get a wicket in the first ball, you haven't warmed up yet, you haven't really bowled a line or length, you just got a wicket. That's a gift.
Short of a good length and a little bit of extra bounce. The new ball.
That's the gift when you get a wicket in the first ball, the first over. You've given an advantage to the fielding team. Remember, they won the toss, elected to field first.
I must say I'm impressed with the technology that's available to not necessarily predict, but to read the weather conditions, because it did say It's going to be windy today. So said, so done. Says tomorrow it's going to be rain.
Most of the radar and television, we've had one over gone right now, 441. Most of the radar and television weather reports come from Doppler and all the rest of that. They've got weather stations all over the United States. Almost always they are on point. It might be maybe an hour or two later, an hour or two earlier, but almost always. I'd say 95% of the time is the exact time. When I'm in Florida, you know, they say, okay, it's going to rain between 3:30 and 3:45. It actually rains between 3:30 and 3:45 because they've got so much. You're right, the technology is so advanced these days. You can actually pinpoint the exact time the rain is going to hit the ground. It is getting a little bit brighter here. It is becoming a little bit warmer. So the West Indies over 60s have got to try to first survive 45 overs. A long time. Second, if you survive 45 overs, try to get 120 perhaps, and then extend that to 150 to 200.
Last start a new over from a new bowler. Kenneth, side the off stump. Windy conditions will play a major factor here today as well.
Correct. Correct. It's going to be very difficult to bowl straight because the wind is coming from the west to the east, from the right to the left to the bowlers. Bowling now. So the ball is going to push the ball from leg to off. So if you start outside off stump, then it means that you got to go further outside off stump with the ball. A couple of changes being made. A man from slip now going to short mid wicket, and there's a standard mid wicket. By. But the circumstance here, first thing that the West Indies over 60s have got to do is bat properly and bat fully 45 overs.
Last time these two teams met 2 days ago. It was Canada over 60s that prevailed. Today is the semi-final. It's a knockout game. One away from the championship game. Nice bounce that time from Kenneth.
Yep. I think he's struggling a little bit with the wind, but he's getting there. Some of these Canadian guys are so funny when you talk to them.
Yeah.
Talk about the cricket they've played and where they've gone. Brilliant. Very, very keen. An attempt of perhaps a run and then changing their minds. One of the things you don't want to be done is a run out. And we had a run out with a big South African who plays for Canada. It reminds me, I'm a big boy, I could go forward, but I can't turn to get back. Well, that's not you alone, that's everybody. That covers everybody at this level. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
I love the description you had a few days ago. It's like turning back a boat.
Correct. But no boat stops, you know. It has to, if a oil tanker comes into port, it starts taking off its power 25 miles out. It just literally drifts into port. We've had 2 overs. It's 6-1. Yeah, most of the big boats, they take off their engines way outside. Indeed, in small ports like Georgetown or Hong Kong or even some of the straits in the Middle East, they have tugs that actually put those boats into position. They can't do it themselves. They're just too big. Canada's had one immediate success. They've gotten 1 wicket already. We've had 2 overs. It means that the West Indies over 60s will have to consolidate and try to get some runs without losing any more wickets.
Interesting though, Colin. There's a long on in place for Roy as he was facing up the Sousa.
And then third man also. I think the third man is misplaced because the bowler operating the ball is not going to get down to third man.
I'm also thinking quite similarly why the field was way back at the long on.
We might be halfway in, would be better served. I agree with you.
Has been getting some starts for West Indies over 60s. Just not able to battle long enough.
Well, he needs to bat at least 15 overs, at least up to the first interval.
Shots, as you can see.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the shots that also gets a lot of people out. A short delivery outside off stump, and their eyes open up, the batsman. Couple of things. You got to cut and cut down. Sometimes you get an edge. There's a man that I suppose could say gully. Then there's the backward point and cover point.
Gets a gift. If you take advantage of it, it's going to run close to the boundary at cover point. Some indecision.
Indecision again.
Yeah.
You don't want to be run out. So better be safer with 2 runs than attempting that third and get yourself run out. So that's all right, a little bit of indecision about the running. But the result is that nobody got run out. They returned to their creases.
So it's pulled away a short ball from the Sousa and it's dispatched down towards that forward square region, bordering on mid wicket. 4 runs to the Honorable Council, we call him.
Good hit. That's a really good hit for 4. Short delivery. Pulled across the line, but he hit it well. And he got 4 for it. The man at long on didn't get a chance to get to that anyway. You're right. He's badly placed. He either got to be mid wicket on the boundary, or he has to be inside the circle trying to save 1. Maybe had he been in the circle, that might have been a catch.
Yes, would have been
Guy
swallowed.
would have been straight down his throat.
Right.
So a long on is a waste of time. You need a mid wicket. You got a short mid wicket now, who should be a little bit to his right.
He's
Yes.
gesticulated the field
The
rear.
field placing is very, very strange. Very strange, very, very straight. And most batsmen don't play straight like that. They pull across the line.
Oh, the French Club. Gotten 6 runs prior to that. His partner had 1, so 7 runs before that. Looking to go for the booming drive.
Trying to go over the top again. Meantime, what happened is that it got an inside edge, just missing the leg stump, and managed to get down to third man. They got 2. We've had 3 overs. Yes, we've had 3 overs, 15 for 1. Not a bad start in terms of 5 runs per over, but they just got to try not to be getting too many runs ahead of themselves. 15 overs, 60 runs, and 4 runs per over. If you lose no wickets, then you could start accelerating from there. The wickets are the important things that we saw in some of the games before. Runs could come. The wickets you got to keep in hand.
This was nicely taken to start a new over.
Wickets you got to keep in hand. That's the important part of this whole equation. Toilet.
And it continues. Council seems to be in an attacking mood, Mr. Ramroop.
Maybe it's properly warmed up. Maybe
getting
ready to go.
a bit sunny now.
It is coming out to be a little bit more sunny. This weather reminds me a lot of what happens in southern England, Kent. And those places.
It's overcast, but there's no immediate threat of rain. There's a heavy breeze, and you can see the clouds being pushed away. Last we were here 3 days ago, so now I'm seeing a little bit more carry, a little bit more bounce.
Yes, the pitch is a little bit harder today. Yep. Keeper takes that nicely. No big problems.
To help with stroke play as well. Make it be much easier because it's a true bounce. Over completed, 16 for 1.
So we've had 4 overs, 16 for 1, 4 runs per over. They would have preferred not to have lost that wicket, obviously, but at least they didn't lose any more after that first wicket being taken on the very first ball of this innings. 16 for 1 from 4.
For the first time on this tour, I rode with you in the bus coming to the venue.
How was that?
Very nice.
You woke
It
up
was
early for
relaxing.
change.
It was quite relaxing. But there was a sign as we were about to enter the ground. 14 fields,
Correct.
2 with lights.
Correct.
That is awesome.
It's not awesome. It's people thinking about the future and expansiveness. It's not about small-mindedness. It's about people looking about what could be done for the next maybe 15, 20 years. Planning. Something that we need to do a lot in the Caribbean. Plan. You know, say, okay, tournament coming up. We're gonna do this for this month. All right, and then what? Gotta do better than that. At the last moment, everybody's scrambling to get things done. See, a lot of times in the United States, you have to get certain permits.
Yes.
And the permits have to be months, sometimes years ahead of time for you to start implementing whatever you need. So you can't wait till 6 months before the tournament starts, before you start thinking about what you need.
Well, the way it is, a fielder shot with wicket and our good friend. That's not Brian, but it's going to go over his head nonetheless.
Just went over the top of the management wicket. Could not have gotten up there. Just over his head for 4.
It was a short ball. It sat up nicely. That's why Roy pulled from just outside the line of the off stump. There's a fielder there, placed for that, but it went over his head.
And I'm sure you've experienced it all over the Caribbean. You turn up at a cricket ground on the morning of the cricket, and no powers in any facility.
Yeah, happens a lot.
It's madness. That's how bad we are. And then they say, well, we didn't know. But hold on. How could you not have power for your journalists and your activities and your whatever you want to do at the venue on the morning of the event? What happens all the time.
Edge to way, runs for Singh. Just 1. Power is 1. There's also the issue of water of late.
That's been happening since 2006 or whatever. Nothing is new.
Then there's internet now. Lots depend on
Oh, well,
internet.
that's another story in itself. You know, because in the Caribbean, all internet carriers are independent operators. So now you got to get organized individually as opposed to collectively. The whole thing is just cumbersome.
What you noticed as well, air conditioning going down.
Conditioning is not important
No,
in the
Colin,
run of things.
most of these facilities are enclosed.
Correct. So you need air.
Need air.
They're built incorrectly, and then you need air. We've had 5 overs, 21 for 1. Well, you're right. That's another. You have like hotels. You can't open a window, so you either stay in the heat or you put on the AC. Both of them to me are detrimental. ACs and staying indoors with heat, especially with things like COVID around. You should be able to open the windows so that you could get fresh air coming through, like we are today.
Yeah.
The wind is just filtering through nicely. I guess with the other extreme, if it rains here, we're in deep trouble. I think Roy is saying to Ryan, well, I might be getting there, but I know that you can't. They got to be careful, or somebody's going to run out here.
Kenneth is into his third over. Just 3 runs conceded from him so far.
Fourth one now. It's a real full-time journalist, say between 1995 to maybe 2015. You go to all the venues in the country, I mean every single one. And there's no power. But the game is starting in about 2 hours. Every one in the Caribbean is happening. Well, I hope it gets better. That's all I can say.
Well, for such positions, it can hardly get worse.
Uh,
Only get better.
These things should never obtain.
Oh, leading edge.
Saying the Super Bowl, the next Super Bowl, I don't even know where it is. But I'm sure that they've already started getting things organized. I know the one that was held at Tampa 2 years ago, they were being organized 2, 3 years beforehand because I knew people who were doing work there. Dab down to third man.
Coming to Houston, coming to Texas to do cricket for this tournament, I was objective because when I hear about cricket in the United States, all I was thinking about previously was Florida.
Nah,
That Broward Stadium.
They got big events around
Yeah.
the United
But
States.
when you look at what's happening here, 1 week already in Texas here.
Yep.
This like you mentioned, advanced planning. This is not for tomorrow. This is for down
That's
the
right.
road.
This is down the road. Next 10, 15 years, 20 years. Well, it's going to be nice to see in 10, 15 years what happens here in Houston and around Lauderdale and North Carolina and those places. 10, 15 years, that'd be nice to look at.
So we start 6 overs. West Indies over 60 sent into bat.
23
for 1. And though something that is overhead will get your interest there, Colin. There's a
Helicopter, I don't like helicopters. It is moving very slowly, so they might well be doing surveying. The way it's moving very slowly, it could well be they're doing surveying. I've been into helicopters many, many, many times. But I don't like them because if something goes wrong, they don't glide. They fall. I have friends who are in wheelchairs because of helicopters. If you don't die, you are going to be badly injured because helicopters,
yeah.
they don't glide. they drop like a stone. Airplanes, if they lose an engine, you could think about gliding. If you're lucky enough, you might get a patch to land, or you might get some water to land in, as we've seen a couple of times. New bowler, Mr. Mukesh, 23 for 1. We've had 6 overs. At least it's warming up a little bit. It's still windy. It's warming up a little bit.
From the right on the here's the right. Rahul 11, Roy Singh 9. For a 3-1 partnership. Remember they lost the opening wicket. Very first ball of the game. When Harry Narayan Hiralal was caught at mid-off, but since then, Singh and Ramrup have joined forces. 3. This is now their 7th over. There's a dog making his way across the ground very quickly. Wow.
Moving quickly there, boy.
Okay, Narula, the new bowler. Narula to the attack, replacing D'Souza. 3 overs, 1 for 18. D'Souza expensive with a new ball, but got the early wicket. At the other end, Kenneth Robertson, 3 overs, none for 5. Very economical. Nothing in the wickets column. Runs for Ramrup.
Was the only thing that's a little bit worrisome with the drive out here. It's about half an hour, 45 minutes. The drive itself is not bad. Excellent highways. Really nice highways. We've had the end of that 7th over, 25 for 1. It's just that if you get caught in a traffic jam or an accident, then it is going to be very difficult for you to get to from A to B. But so far, so good. Touch wood. We've had no problems with traffic or accidents.
This is going to be another bowling change. Ramnaresh is going to come call in. That's Krishna Ramnaresh.
Mukesh has had 1 over, but none for 2.
Has been troubling.
25. 25. 25.
We have a little bit of light chatter with Mr. Ramnaresh as he about to take his run up. I saw him a few days ago, and I said, "You must be related to Rex Ramnaresh." He said, "No, he wish." He said, "Rex is so awesome from Guyana, but I'm from Trinidad." I said, "There must be some lineage." Rex Ramnaresh.
Yep. Well, there were a couple of Rambo races. Randolph Rambo Race was the older guy, Rex Rambo Race's father, and he was very involved in cricket in Berbice, Guyana. And then Rex Rambo Race played for Guyana, of course. Could have played for the West Indies. You know what this reminds me of? This prairie cricket event here. This is reminds me a lot of cricket grounds out in Brisbane in Australia. Brisbane is, well, Australia is a big country. Missed thumb there, I think. Australia is a big country, a lot of land. And the cricket grounds, I remember going out to school near to the Gabba. And they had something just like this. They had about 5 or 6 different cricket grounds set up for different age groups. Very, very beautiful. Yep.
Good start to Isabel ran the race, yet to concede a run, 5 deliveries sent down.
He's a very relaxed guy, you know. Look at him. It's cool.
Starts
Wicket
with a
is
mid.
wicket. Very well bowled. First over. Run. 25 for 1. We've had 8 overs. Yeah, but the conditions out here today they're nice. It's bright. It's a little overcast, but the sun is trying to push us through. And more particularly, it's windy, seriously windy. Remember, we even our scorecard, our temporary scorecard.
Our good friend Bilal has his work cut out today.
Correct. It is Bilal's work today is scoring on the box. I'm sure we will hear from him later.
He will come across, I'm sure. Very eager. Multi-talented. Lives in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yep. He's trying to come to live in Texas. It's too cold over there.
The ruler continues. The line of the leg stump.
Probably look for 2. There is an effort to get 2, and they managed it. 27 for 1, we are over number 9. So at the 15 over interval, if you've got 60 at 4, 65, 74 and a half, it doesn't matter. All you got to do is try not to lose wicket.
Oh. Austin
That's going to be 4.
Yeah, Austin coming around. Just could not get down in time.
Yes, the man has made off, couldn't get off and get down. He was a straight whitish, pretty section cover, didn't get down. And that went down to the boundary for 4. Good shot by Roy. Hit that really well. Good shot.
Mr. Austin was telling me, the same guy that could not field the ball, he was telling me that he started his cricketing career in England, playing seconds in the Lancashire leagues.
Yes.
A long time ago.
Long time ago.
Then he went on to Australia, where he played some club cricket in Australia. But when he got to
something is happening.
The Bills of
The Bears are flying, I think. It could well be that the Bears are flying because the wind is pretty high. Like 15, 20 knots. It is very, very high. So the Bears are not staying onto the stumps.
Mr. Austin was telling me that when he got to the age of 40, club cricketing career would have been over because he was a burly guy, but he started to do taekwondo.
Okay.
And that made him extremely fit. He's been priding himself
Playing that all since.
a lot more than 20 years, taekwondo and everything else now. He said he is now fit, the fittest he's been all his life.
Wow.
Ian Austin.
Taekwondo.
Only middle.
And put some glue into the bale.
That's a breeze here today. Okay, Snarula is going to continue. Another ball on the line of the pad. Flipped away. Roy's coming back hard, running for the second. The chance for Ronald to the non-strikers end. Because Ramrup running very bad. He ran into the path of Roy Singh, who's coming back for the strikers end.
Ramrup looks as if he's going to be thinking about his thigh muscle. But he got back there, and that's good enough. 33 for 1 now. We are at over number 9. Oh,
There's
that
an
was
appeal
good.
for leg before, and it's gone. Walking across the stump there.
That was direct. I could give that out from here.
Yes.
That looked as if it would have hit off stump. But once you miss it, you're dead.
So that's the fall of the second West Indies over 6 wicket.
Big wicket.
Roy Singh, 97 in the last game. This game, leg before to Narula for 17 from 18 deliveries. In over number 9, West Indies over 6s, 33 for 2.
That was a big wicket because you said Roy made 97 in the last game.
Unbeaten.
And his purpose today probably would have been able to get to the first 15, then get to the second 15, which is 30, of course. Then see what happens to the last 15. 33 for 2 with Roy back. It means now that Tejna Ryan, who opened the batting, will have to try to bat out not just the 15, the first 15, but he has to go to the second 15. 33 for 2. The Canadians have struck really well. They've gotten Roy out. That's the first thing. He's the premier batsman for West Indies over 6s. And they've bowled really frugally. This is over number 9. Less than 4 runs per over. 33 for 2. Right now, the Canadians have all the advantages.
And that hallmark of the bowling continues. Like in the last game, they've been bowling wicket to wicket, not giving much room at all.
That was out LBW from the time I saw the ball didn't hit the bat. That was dead.
So the new batsman for West Indies over 6s, Monty Venkasamy. Household name in the cricketing circle.
Yeah, and he'd been around for a while. I knew his nephew, I think it is, who played with me in youth cricket. Canadians are very efficient. They've been very efficient this morning. Maybe they've had maybe 2 wides.
Venkasamy is off the mark immediately. There's a little bit of room outside off stump, and he ran it down to third man. An attacking batsman by nature, Venkasamy.
Canadians in the field, they look organized. I mean, they haven't had much to do. The ball has come straight to them generally. Just a couple of balls hit outside of the 30-yard circle. Now 9 overs. And the 9th over. 2 for 34. So these two are going to have to try to consolidate. Get to the first 15. Once you get to the first 15, then you think about getting to the second 15. And then the 45. It's a long way to go to 45 overs. A very, very long way.
Pushing around the race will continue. Bowling to the new batsman in Muncie Venkasamy. Venkasamy just one delivery faced so far. Gotten a single. But this pair at the crease, I've seen them in a few matches. They both look to get on with things. They've lost 2 wickets versus over 60s. Let's see if they'll curb their natural attacking instincts.
One day cricket, you have to adjust every time you go. Sometimes you do something, you have a plan, but the plan doesn't always work. So you have to be able to adjust whatever inputs you have as the game evolves.
In the air,
And
drop. No foot movement.
Ought not to have been played. That shot really should not have been played.
Even a life on one.
I mean, that was straight in. Straight in and drop.
From this vantage point, you can see the keeper, Rohan Jayasekara, in his ear. Uppish again, but well short of the very fielder that gave him a chance.
That extra cover.
Extra cover.
$34 for 2. This is the 10th over. Ought to have been 34 for 3. An easy catch dropped.
Looks like the Souza, the opening bowler. That is an extra cover that could not hold on to that one. Indecision again, but better sense prevailed. That's the second successive maiden for Krishna Ramnares.
Would have
10.
gotten maybe a maiden wicket.
Yeah, 10 gone. Yes, it's over 60s, 34 for 2.
34 for 2 from 10. What they got to try to do is not to lose wickets. They got a life, a little bit of luck on the West Indies over 60s team. So they got to capitalize on that. You got a chance. You then try not to hit the ball in the air again. You also try to capitalize, bat out the first 15, then bat out the second 15 as far as you could go. First, you got to think about 100 runs. Get a nice figure. Then you think about 120, 150. But first, 100. To get there, you got to bat a little bit longer than just 15 overs. Maybe even more than 30 overs.
The ruler is back.
I think the Bills,
Oh, this time not the Bills. I think it's the chatter that.
the top.
Yeah, Rahul must be. Yes, he's showing the umpire. Allow the bat to do the talking. But Canada over 60s, they really fancying themselves here. They picked up 2 already, and the better batsmen are generally the ones that bat at the top.
That's
So
correct.
add 2 to this scorecard, they can say that they have to be looking for an early day.
Had they gotten that catch just now, then West Indies over 60s would have been in serious trouble. That's what I'm saying. West Indies over 60s had a life, they had a luck, a little bit of luck, some life. So now they've got to see if they can capitalize on that.
Spanked away, runs again for Hamroop. He's
That's
got
four.
him. Nice shot. Short ball, Narula. Side the off stump and spanked to it nicely in the gap.
That's right. Excellently done. Backward point. He is going to have to carry his bat for a long time. Here's Ryan Ramru. Open the batting. First objective, to get to 15 overs, not out. Second objective to get to 30 overs, not out. At 1.5, 2 runs per over pace from his side alone, that should put him at about 40, 50, 60 runs. Then you see how you go from there.
Rambukas plays with the West Indies Lawyers cricket team.
I think it was Australia.
Australia.
Yeah.
England as well. Current Sport Minister of Guyana, Brother Charles Ramsden, was part of one of the tours, or maybe a couple of tours as well, with the lawyers. Sanjeev Dakadin, prominent attorneys in Guyana, or part of West Indies Lawyers Association with the team.
I think the ball appeal, it could well be that he thought the ball hit the bat and pad at the same time. The umpire didn't react, so there was no leg byes, so there must have been runs.
Once he did get back onto that one, the ruler, 8 runs in the over so far. This time is driven nicely down towards
Again,
the
there's gonna be
cover.
4 more maybe.
So Mr. Ian Austin, fit as a fiddle, is after it,
Oh.
doing some football work. Yeah, I think he has
I think
just
that's
lost
good
that
again.
race.
That is correct.
12 runs in the over. Good one for West Indies over 60s. At the end of 11, now 46 for a loss of 2. A good over for West
That
Indies.
was a very good over. They had a couple of boundaries. They also had the batsman hitting the ball very crisply, very strongly. 46 for 2 after 11.
The scoring rate has been up a little bit,
Yep,
thanks to some boundaries in the last over.
last over.
Yeah, and so Narula, who sent down 3 overs so far, his first over cost 2 runs. And after 3 overs, 23. So his second 2,
Very expensive.
21 in the last 2 for him. On the other hand, from the race, 2 overs, 2 maidens.
This is nice. Thank you. We Yes, thank you.
So run the race, keeping it very simple. Stump to stump. That's all
Yes,
it is.
straight and straight. Nothing spectacular, but straight.
Very good bowling. Quite interesting. The breeze kept the Bills off.
None for none.
Yeah, this is
And
third
this
over.
is his third over. So that analysis you like.
Not only that, he's very economical. He'd be happy to pick up a wicket. The one was dropped off.
Well,
of
one
him.
was badly dropped, not
Yeah.
just dropped, badly dropped. You have to do well to drop a catch like that.
Yeah.
Right, bowling straight. Middle and off of a full length. That's all you need to do.
That's 2 runs.
First run off.
So yeah,
Just the
straight
wrist.
run. Just the length was different then, so the batsman was able to turn it back to square leg.
Rambo wants to try a 3 now. 2 boundaries in the last over. West Indies approaching their first 50. Still in the first power play. Cut away.
This field, and they're going to get one. .48 for 2 now. We are in over number 13.
12 gone.
12 has just been completed.
So 2 runs. The first runs coming off the bowling of Ramnaresh, Krishna Ramnaresh. 3 overs for him. None for 2. 48. West Indies over 60s overall after 12 overs. Lost the wicket of Hari Narayan Hiralal for low scored, first ball of the match. Captain Roy Singh leg before to Narula for 17. New bowler coming in from the far end. Over number 13.
48 for 2.
Farooq Kiramani to the attack. The short ball on the back foot. Flat batted it down towards long on. 49. Kiramani had some runs when he last played against West Indies over 60s. Ball in hand.
First 50 coming up for the West Indies over 60s. That is going to be the 50th run. Might be buys. I think that one went right for the wicketkeeper's gloves. Let's see what the umpire says. It is, the signal is buys. So the 50 comes up for the West Indies over 60s. This is the 13th over. Not a bad start. Not a bad start.
Last time these two teams met, Kiramani sent out 4 overs, none for 20. With the bat, he got a very good half century.
1 for 2. Jason Ryan got 25. That was a wide. There going to be at least 3 wides because the initial wide, they have run 2 wides, which will be converted into wides. So 3 wides.
So the rule of the tournament says 1 down the leg side if it's within.
Yeah.
Good
But outside
judgment.
off stump, if it's a wide, it's a wide.
So that one was the first one down the leg side. It's very wide.
Okay.
Oh, in the air.
In the air.
Good
Now,
ball,
will
Dave.
it be taken? No. The man at long off is way too deep, as we were saying initially. Had he been on the circle, that would have lived straight into his lap like a nest. Didn't. It was way too deep. Couldn't get into that position to take the catch.
Runs coming for the West Indies over 60s, causing the stranglehold to ease a little bit. Canada really had it under control a bit earlier, and releasing that pressure because of the good running. Driven nicely. Ian Austin rolls over but could not
That's
stop
gonna
it.
be 4.
That's a lovely shot from Narayan Ramrup. That's the end of Farooq Kiramani's first over. 9 conceded by him. West Indies sent in 59 for 2 after 13.
Well, Narayan Ramrup will have to think about first thing, surviving the next 2 overs. You bat for the first 15, as I said, 60 to 70 runs. They're nicely poised, 59 for 2. After that, Come on for the second 15, sorry. You look for 50 to 75. You add it to what you have, and suddenly you're gone to 125, 130. Then you still have 15 overs to go. You think about it, you could get to 175 to 200. Because it's 45 overs, because it's two intervals and end, you could plan by 15 over segments. So you don't have to panic. Even though you might be doing badly in the first 15, you might do better in the second 15.
Economical run the race to continue. Got the slip and I feel it very short in that cover point area.
They might be ruining having dropped that catch earlier on from Monty's first ball. Maybe not, but he was definitely a need to catch.
Yeah, he dropped when he was on one.
I think. Oh, that's going to be two, maybe.
You're gonna have leg by coming in. They were attacking to the left-handed Monty, but they're more defensive, Canada. Ramrup is on strike. This time he gets it straight to the field. Does not hold on. Single at least.
61 for 2. We are in over number 14.
Rotation in the strike, left hand, right hand combination.
Good. Very good rotation. Comes one. They're very aware of the singles that are available. A little bit offline, probably a leg by. It's actually by. But this is exactly what I was suggesting at the start. If you bat 15 overs, 3.5, 4 runs per over, you get to 650, 60. Once you don't lose a lot of wickets, you can start doing the same thing for the second 15 and you go on from there. This has been a very good approach by the West Indies over 60s in this inning. Very good approach. As opposed to yesterday when everybody panicked because they weren't scoring runs.
Yes. From the race is back on that stump to stump line. Got a few dot deliveries to the right hand.
So he's bowled 4 overs now.
3 runs conceded.
None for 3.
Yes.
That's not bad. You like that?
You like that.
That is frugality at its best.
So 14 completed, 62 for 2. Group is 0 and 30. And Monty Venkasamy for the final over of the first power play. First segment, the first passage of play.
Venkasamy partly dropped the extra cover.
Have some good firepower in the tank for West Indies over 60s. Hafiz Mohammed.
Well, they might be able to get activated for the last 15.
Vice captain pushing that ram, that still to come as well. The elegant Keith Lawrence. Played a few shots, looked real good. Love to see him about 40 years ago.
Yes. And he used to play well, you know. Then, like everybody else, you migrate to the United States and you get busy with something else.
Some artillery in the tank, you'd say, for West Indies over 60s. But at the moment, it's Venkasamy on strike.
The last over before the first break, 62 for 2. So So Wilson is the new bowler. Oh, oh dear. Very uncanny. Very uncanny. He's giving the ball generous flight and it drops just before it gets to the batsman. Brilliant.
Wilson Sinat placing the ruler. Expensive, but you got the early wicket.
There you go. Well bowled. Generous, inviting flight. Then it drops just in front. I think he probably is trying to bowl a little bit of a leg break, leg doubler.
This time we'll get a single.
Sixty-three for 2. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. 15 overs could be completed after this over is done. If you get more than 60, you're in the ballpark. It's more than 4 runs per over. Second 60, 15, you do the same thing but for 60 runs. So that puts you at least 120. And then the third 15, you might accelerate a little bit, but at least it gets you, if you bat out, you get to 180. Then you get a couple of runs, you get to 200.
But the bowler with just one. He left long off. It's much straighter this time. Ian Austin. Ian Austin. Austin, Texas.
I know a few people that in Ian Austin who played cricket for England. Played for Lancashire and England. Used to bowl medium doublers. I went to school with somebody who was called Ian Austin, Central High School. Very common names.
So that ball to end the 15th over.
15
for,
overs
for
completed.
Wilson.
64 for 2. That is not a bad start for West Indies over sixes. I think they should be very pleased with that effort, 64 for 2, especially having lost 1 wicket in the very first ball. So 64 for 2, in my mind, realizes a comeback. And thanks very much to Tej Ramroop, who's got 31 from 46. Monty Venkasamy, 5 for 25. But he's serving his purpose. They're rotating the strike, and he's keeping his partners company. After 15, 64.
Right, we'll take a break just like the players, and we'll be back in a short while. So welcome back to pre-review Cricket Complex. About to resume the action in this semi-final encounter. West Indies over sixes, battling Canada over sixes, Champions Trophy over sixes, quadrangular tournament.
Good start for the West Indies over sixes. They lost the wicket in the very first ball. Canadians taking a very prized wicket in that first one, but they have retaliated well. The West Indies over sixes. 15 overs gone, 64 for 2. That's a good comeback. Over 4 runs per over. What you need to be doing now for the next 15 is probably trying to get 60 again, 60, 65 runs. And you go from there on in. And so you double that, you're about 120, 130. And think about it, the final 15, you might get to 200. But the wickets are in hand. You got to keep those.
D'Souza is back.
D'Souza.
Yeah, he has replaced Ramdaris.
Who's so tight.
Yeah,
Frugal.
Yeah. Sharp single. First run after the interval, the first run of the second power play. Second power play, fielding side, they're allowed a maximum of 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's sometimes in limited overs cricket, when the maximum number of fielders are allowed out of the circle is not required.
You don't have to guide anybody out there. It's an option.
It's an option.
You always have the option, but you don't have to do it.
Hey, boss, I was
Naresh?
trying to show you, I was waving my cap, but at the national anthem.
65 for 2, so just 1 run since the interval. So there is an option. D'Souza is back. Got a wicket with a very forced ball he bowled this morning. This time. Empty.
Monty has fun, man. Monty works in Silicon Valley.
Monty, the nephew of legendary West Indian batsman Ron Kanai.
Yep. He operates in Silicon Valley somewhere.
Nice bowling. Stump to stump. Not giving a lot of room or any at all. Batsman will have to work to create the room if they need it. Let's start to a second spell from D'Souza. There's 2 singles coming in that over. At the end of 16. West Indies over 6 they sent in. 66 for 2.
All they've got to do is continue where they've left off. 16 overs gone, 66 for 2. At the end of these second 15 or 30 overs, what you think closer to 5 runs per over. So you look for 120 to 130, hopefully 150. Then you can start accelerating. But so far, yes, you're right. Been good. The temperature has not gone up, but it hasn't gone down. It's still all the same thing, 18 degrees centigrade, maybe 20 degrees centigrade, just high 70s, early 80s, 70s to high 70s in the Fahrenheit scale.
Wilson continues. Just had 1 over before the interval. 2 runs came from that solitary over. It's full delivery back over the head of the bowler. That's Monty going there for you. Generally an attacking batsman, but he had to curb his natural aggression after his captain went. That's a good looking shot to him.
Good hit.
70 now for 2.
Wilson is the man who's been floating that one up. He's in his second over. Normally he drops, but that one dropped a little bit quicker. So Monty was able to get to the pitch and just hit it over the top of long on for 4. He's got 10 from 29. Station Ryan, Ramloop, 32 from 50. Both of these, at least one of these batsmen, should endeavor to bat through this entire innings. They may not have 100, but at least they should have an appreciably score very close to 200. Oh, yes, the leading edge.
Lack of pace. He was into the shot very early, looking to drive through the mid-on region, but the leading edge, almost presenting a catch to the bowler on his follow-through. All is well that ends well, you will say. Double figures now, Venkasamy. Backing away and cutting nicely, runs for him. It's a very good stop, and then had to relay the throw because he's way back on the boundary, the fielder.
Why is he out there though if he can't throw?
Yeah,
He should be inside the circle. Somebody's got a little bit of a better arm can be in the boundary.
could be a position where he's fit enough to cut it off.
Yeah, he went around there nicely.
Yes, cut it
And
off.
he's got good help from the guy from extra cover. Yes, them.
And umpire says you're bold. Because they're not
Ah.
using the bails. There's no death rattle,
Ah,
but he went down
Right.
the track, heard the woody sound.
there was a noise, but
Yes.
I thought he misstumped. I thought the ball
thought
hitting
initially.
I thought the ball hitting the glove.
Yeah, but the keeper, he saw the deviation with the ball. Then the keeper was empty-handed, so we then realized that Ramroop has been bowled. Brave innings coming to an end because he played some shots.
Yes, and I put him in, but
Seven.
I think that he really should have been trying to stay in. Keith comes out now, keeps the man you were talking about. He's going to go for a bat.
So Western is losing their
Third wicket is 71 for 3. Still good going, but losing wickets is not good. It
a good counsel, been bowled by Wilson for 32, 51 deliveries, 4 boundaries in that. Started this morning with Ari Hirulal, who lost very early, then had to consolidate with his captain, put on 33 runs when his captain went for 17. Got some more time with Monty Venkasamy. Venkasamy is still there on 11 and is now being joined by Keith Lawrence. So the early wicket in the second passage of play for Canada.
just like the first passage. They got an early wicket too, yeah.
So that's going to set things back for West Indies over 60s a little bit, but Canada doing very well to pick up that wicket. 17 gone, 71 for 3. D'Souza will continue. This time, short ball to Monty and helped away. It's going to get her into the boundary. Good connection from Monty.
Monty now had to take over the responsibility of batting the next 15 at least, and then you go from there.
So his natural instinct is to get runs. He will not be bogged down. So now that the run repose, the aggressor
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm
gone,
saying.
he will take over.
That's correct. He takes a responsibility. He's been at the crease now for a long time.
And the elegant Lawrence will play the supporting role. That should be the plan. Agents, I really would like to see them going back to their stump to stump line of attack. That has brought them lots of success. I don't think they should be trying too many things other than that. 75-3. Ball delivery. Monty was telling me the other day over dinner, plays a lot. He has a league at his part
Out in California.
out in California.
Okay.
He's been playing. What a guy he's that live across there. They've been playing in that league with him. And then recently he said there's a influx of a lot of other interest. A lot of different nationalities joining them.
Okay.
So play on a regular basis. And that's really good, Colin. I'm
Yes.
impressed.
Good fun.
Sunday cricketers, weekend cricketers, yeah.
Good fun.
Successful businessman. So balancing cricket with his business. Running away for 4 byes.
They all count. They all count. It's 76 with 3 now.
There's a little bit of a deviation.
Correct.
Wind causing that a little bit.
Lot of wind.
Yeah.
The wind just took that ball and just pulled it across from one side to the next. Interesting. 80 for 3 now. Hit it for 3.
Ball delivery again. 20 overs. So that's the end of 18. 80 for 3. Lawrence is yet to get off the mark. Finker Sammy is on 16. The Suits are completing 5. 1 for 25 so far. Cool conditions continue.
80 for 3, and I think that the cool conditions will continue throughout the day. So I don't think there's going to be too much of a difference for the rest of the day. Tomorrow is supposed to be a lot of rain. It's just the clouds coming in just for the rain today. And we've had 18 overs completed, 80 for 3.
So there's another semi-final being played simultaneously, but at a Musa Cricket Stadium.
Okay.
News coming out of that venue, USA against USA A side. USA batting first, 35 without loss. This is a little bit slow.
Yeah, behind though.
Yeah.
That's correct. And they must have had 15 overs too, at least. At least 15 overs.
Oh, it's now updated actually, 95 for 3.
Okay.
After
One field, the
15.
one facing that, they're gonna get 2. Yep.
So it's updated 95 for 3 after 15 exactly.
Good. 95.
95.
A lot of runs in
A
15
lot of
overs.
runs.
It's over 6.
Musa is a little bit bigger than what the field that we're on right
That's
now.
right. And therefore you get the ball into bigger spaces.
That's good running from Lawrence.
Nah.
And he's gotten there. He took off very early. Started backing up, but then as soon as the ball went
Yeah,
into
he
the
was
open space, he went for a single.
And did the right thing also. He put the bat down and continued. He didn't just drop the bat down. He put the bat down. A lot of people run with the bat in their hands and then drop it when they get to the crease. You're supposed to slide it in so it gets there a little bit ahead of where you're going. 83 for 3. We're in over number 19.
These bats, they're beautiful. They cost a lot of money these days. Some batsmen do not like to
Sorry.
slide.
Okay.
And there's that rubber, a little bit of a rubber material that is on the bottom of the toe end of the bat. Very moisture that is there.
I never had to buy a cricket bat. I've got about 60 or 70 of them.
Wow.
Some of them signed, some of them not signed. I've never bought a cricket bat in my life. I either was given them. The first cricket bat I ever had is autographed by Ali Bakr, 1968.
Oh, in the air.
That's a gift. Another gift. That was another gift. He's trying to hit it over the top. I think deceived by pace, just straight in to the man at short extra cover. Placed there exactly for that. Because as I was saying earlier on, the deep extra cover doesn't make any sense. Bring the deep extra cover into the circle, bring the extra cover to a short extra cover. Straight in.
Drawn into the shot. And that's the fall of fourth wicket.
Come on there, Ramdat.
At the end of over number 19. Lawrence caught an extra cover of the bowling of Wilson without scoring. West Indies 83 for 4. It means now that Christian Ramdat, the vice captain of the over 60 side, will join Monty Venkateswamy, who's on 19. Repair work needs to be done now.
83 for 4. They got to be very careful that all the batsmen don't get dismissed before 45 overs. That is the first consideration. It's okay to say you want to score runs, score heavily and score quickly. But if you start losing wickets, then you got to rethink the whole equation. Bat 45 overs. If you bat 45 overs, even with this, as it is now, West Indies over 60s will probably end up with about a 170. If you bat 45 overs, you can end up with about 150, 170, 180. If you don't bat 45 overs and all the men are dismissed, then the chances are you can be dismissed as 120, 130.
It's a good wicket for Canada to pick up at this stage.
Very good wicket. I think he was out Fox there by the pace of the ball. Trying to hit it over the top, presented just an easy catch.
Farouk Kirmani is back into the attack. First over was 9 runs. This one is hit in the air, over the infield, and down towards Ram the rails, the cover boundary.
2 for 4.
That's well hit. Timing.
Yep, lot
Nice.
of power. He got forfeit. So got away with it because that was airborne for a long time too. That was airborne for a very long time. But got away with it over the infield and then through the fieldsman onto the boundary for 4.
Fieldsman, Krishna Ram the race. Bowled 3 overs,
Going well.
1 for 5. Out of his field on the boundary. Start ball from Kirimani.
Farouk Kiramana.
Delivery and get a single. Good running.
Good luck, sir.
And I think, well, these two are a little bit more energized. And therefore, they can be running a little bit more. 88 for 4, we're in over number 20. Still more than 4 runs per over.
Pushing that from that to take strike. Right-handed batsman, very big guy.
See, they're trying now to look for singles, which is a good thing. 88 for 4 over number 20. Looking for the end of 20, 90 runs. But do not hit the ball in the air because the chances are it will be caught. With an outside edge down to third man, short third man. Extra cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary.
Little way down
And
towards
square
backward
leg on
square.
the boundary. Do the fielding now.
That is off the mark. Need to pick up the singles a little bit more. Right hand, left hand combination again. That will work well for West Indies. But
20 overs gone.
yeah.
89.
So Kirmani, another expensive over in the context of the game. 6 runs from that over, 2 overs, none for 15 for him. But coming to this tournament, the Champions Trophy, a lot of questions were asked about this West Indies over 60 side versus over 50 side. And this is management, the interim committee that has been set up to organize Masters cricket. They've been doing a wonderful job, I must say. And Raj Singh, the incumbent chairman, the incumbent because he's taking the bull by the horn, organizing and getting things in place. Wilson getting ready to continue, but the umpires are having a discussion. 3 overs, 2 for 10 so
I
far.
think they're kind of comparing who's been bowling. May not have been keeping everything in place.
Umpire Naveed is from Pakistan. He born in Pakistan. He's living in Houston now. Umpire Rohan Witherspoon. Kitty Man in Guyana. Living up here now. Had some playing days at DCC. He said he was called to trial today on the 19 level. So we're back with the action. And a single taken by Christian Nat. These over 6 is getting closer to their 100. Lost 4 wickets, 2 in the first passage of play, the first power play, and they've lost 2 already. It's not as windy as about half over ago, Colin.
Correct. Wind is dying down a bit.
That's a full toss. Hit straight to the fielder.
Those trees are so beautiful out there.
Yeah.
Southeastern part of the province.
A few of the guys were remarking that their expectation in terms of coming to Texas is high. The expectations in coming to Texas is to have a steak, a countryside steak. Have you had a steak as yet?
I don't eat beef.
What's the beef? So that's what the guys have been
I
remarking.
don't eat meat generally. Chicken. Fish. But right now it's Lent.
Oh, yes.
If I did eat, I'll do it now. But generally, I don't eat beef. If I'm going to eat any meat, it would be pork, but not often.
Not a half-hearted appeal for like before. Decision not going. Wilson Sinat Singh loving that generous flight of Kirmani. Knocks it down, but it's a bit uncomfortable. Jamming that finger.
90
Perhaps.
for 4. 21 overs.
Yeah, just a single in the over. So now 4 overs. Bowled by Wilson. 2 for 11.
Oh, yawn.
So we're going to be having a chat with Raj Singh, chairman of Cricket West Indies Masters Association, to tell us about the journey and perhaps the future plans. At the end of 21 overs, Colin Croft will step out, make way for Raj Singh. Kirmani is going to continue. Driven back past the bowler by Christian Dat. He's going to run close to the boundary. Ram the race was after it, and it's going to lose that race. Bertram was assisting, but could not get there as well from long off. Ram the race, who had to run back from mid on, lost the race. 4 more to West Indies over 60s. That was up to 6, a total 94 for a loss of 4. Sunshine is with us now. One of the best we've had for the day. Down towards from the race again. But this time just 1. So good morning, Raj, and how are you doing today?
Good day, my friend. I'm doing well. Beautiful, well, not so beautiful conditions. Sun is now peeking out. Very heavy clouds, lots of wind. But by and large, it's a very pretty, very good day, very nice day.
So preparing for Champions Trophy 2022. I'm sure now that we're here is rewarding, but had its challenges along the road. We'll talk a little bit more about that journey coming not only to this tournament, but the formation of that Cricket West Indies Masters Association. The good delivery from Kiramani, the batsman in all sorts of trouble. Venkasamy. West Indies getting closer to the 100 mark. So let's go back a little bit. How did this all start for you, Mr. Singh?
Yes, John. Welcome to our viewers and our listeners also. This journey started way back in January of 2019 when I was having lunch with Martin Singh. Martin owned the cricket ground in Info, the beautiful turf cricket ground in Canada there. We were having lunch in Sarasota that day and Sunday. And his brother Roy was also with us, and he had just came back from the Sydney Masters, the first World Cup over 50s in Sydney, Australia. So he was telling us about the beautiful time that he had, and I think there were like about 10 teams there. West Indies were not present, so we got to talking about it, and I said, you know, and Roy volunteered to me. He said, Raj, why don't you get a team from the? I was thinking more along a Guyana team at that point in time. But then, as Roy introduced me to the other players, the guys who were the governing body for World Cup cricket over 50s at that time, Sterling Hamann and Jim Morrison. So I got started with them. The guys said they would really prefer a West Indies outfit to come up here. Got some other group was trying to get a team there for the 2018 World Cup. It didn't work out. So I took up the challenge. Then the guys, Jim and Sterling, they put me on to some other like-minded persons who were already in contact with them who wanted to prepare a team for the 2020 World Cup. They had persons of the caliber of Desmond Haynes, Ian Allen, former West Indies cricketers, Rick Ali, Hafiz Mohammed. Those are four of the names that I know, and they put us all together. And they asked me to chair the group, which I did, and it was a real challenge. There are many factors that we have to take into consideration. First and foremost, we have to get players who had cricket ability, still playing cricket, had the financial wherewithal to sponsor themselves or get themselves sponsored by friends and relatives. And they had to be very fit, fairly fit, because the standard of the cricket that was being played in Sydney, Australia, I looked at a few videos, pretty high. It wasn't really festival cricket that, as like a lot of the masters cricket was being done around the Caribbean. So it was pretty good standard cricket, high level of competition. So we had to find persons who were very, very committed to the cause, and they had to go out there, find a squad of 16 persons and officials. We eventually got here. Thanks. I'd like to thank the West Indies Cricket Board, Wicket West Indies, as a matter of fact, who assisted us with some sponsorship. We had some sponsorship from some other organizations like the Minar Fire Group of Companies in Guyana. Produced a magazine in Fort Lauderdale when we had our first trials in November 2019. We like a few $1,000s there, $5,000 I think it was, and the remainder was really came out from the pockets of the players themselves. You know, the total budget was close to around 10,000 US to get to South Africa to cover all the costs, accommodation, airfare, tour costs, match costs, everything else, clothing, everybody. So we got sponsorship for like about $20,000 to $30,000, and the players came with the remainder. And the self was there, so I'm happy that you were able to be there and get the first stint as a media person.
Right, so that's the end of 23 overs. 100 for West Indies over 6 is coming up as well. 104. Let's go, Raj.
Yeah, thanks, man, John. So, as I said, the biggest challenge was to go there. I mean, some of the players that we got former national players. We got like Julian Charles, we had Sudesh Daniram, Samin Amin, captain the Canadian World Cup. We had Ishwar Maraj, he also captained Canada. Samin captained the USA team in the World Cup, sorry. And we had a fair, you know, the coach Royce thing that come across from Canada team. So he had the exposure with the Canadian team.
Coming to clean it up. Okay. We already called them yesterday also.
And we had some other guys, you know, most of these guys were players who were on the cusp, who could not have been selected, you know, during the period of the Halicon days of the West Indies in the 80s and the 90s. But these guys were pretty good players, and a lot of them continued playing in the various countries, the Caribbean, North America. A lot of guys came out of North America. I mean, that's why, you know, they were able to afford it, because at 50 or just over 50, a lot of the guys are still in the prime of their earning, you know, the
Yeah.
career and their working career and their lives. So they got to balance it against their working life, their families, and so on. Um, they get time off from their job. So it was indeed very, very challenging, right? Getting 16 quality players. We had one also, Alison Johnson. He played for Barbados. His airfare was, they had to get that luckily. He was located in Cape Town.
Yeah.
And he served as our coach and player. So that was a relief for us. And he was a dynamic addition to the team and the squad in general. Shared his knowledge as a coach, as present he coaches in the Green Point area, some of those provinces in
Yes.
South Africa. So it was indeed a really, I mean, I enjoyed it. It was very challenging. I love challenges. So it was indeed enjoyable and challenging and rewarded that we got there to South Africa eventually in March 2020.
New bowler into the top. Arun Taplu. Coming here for his first bowl. 102 for a loss of 4 West Indies. So West Indies over 60s. And I do remember that after 2.5 games in South Africa in Cape Town, the tournament was suspended because of the COVID-19 outbreak that got into South Africa. The officials said we should all try to get back to our respective homes before it gets worse. And indeed, it did get worse. There was hope to continue the tournament later on in the year. Then the very next year, it didn't happen. We're still waiting. Any updates on that as yet?
Yeah, the organizers have looked at this thing carefully. They've spoken with their medical panel. I think it's in January, it's not March. They've made a conscious decision that they had it slated for November of this year, and they decided, based on medical advice of the panel that they engaged, that they're expecting another variant. So I don't know whether that's going to come through or not. I mean, most countries have really, relaxed a lot of measures, and we're all hoping that it doesn't come back again. But they've decided, out of abundant caution, to put it down to March of 2023, since that's the best available time in South Africa for cricket. Eagerly looking forward for that in March of 23.
That will be the resumption of the West. Well, it will not be resuming. It will be the restart. Just want to head down towards the boundary at long off. Will not get into the boundary. Arun making some runs. Arun Taplu. Still in the 23rd over, 24th over, in fact. So what else is happening around the Master Circle? Because that's the over 50s version of Masters cricket. But here we are having an over 60s side competing. So we're having separate tiers of Masters cricket now.
Yeah, but before I go there, John, thanks for asking. I'll address that in a minute. I just want to let you know what we are doing as an organization to prepare our over 50s team
For the World
for that World Cup in 23, March 23. We have it after this tournament. It's finished this weekend. We will be having a tournament in a four-nation quadrangular tournament in England, where we competed against England, India, Wales, and ourselves. So that's 4 teams. We will be playing in Wales. It's dubbed the Marlborough Cup, right? So that's going to be like a 10-night tournament here in July 2nd to the 13th. Then we are planning somewhat of a mini World Cup in November, in Barbados. We've almost finalized it to be in Barbados this year for lots of reasons. We're considering 3 countries: Guyana, Trinidad, and Barbados. And stock of hotels in Guyana is not very good at this point in time. Hopefully, the following year, we'll be able to have a lot more hotels available for us. We'll be able to hold it in Guyana. And Trinidad also had some challenges with crime and the weather and so on. Guyana also had a problem with weather around November, December time. So Barbados seems to be the best country at this point in time. So we'll have that. So that we are hoping to have 8 nations, 7 nations, with West Indies fielding 2 teams, making it 8 teams, to give more West Indians exposure, so that we could select our 16-man squad at the end of that tour.
So that would be purely over 50s.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So, getting back to your question, the over 60s, this is the final tournament for over 60s, the first and the final before the World Cup, which is coming up in Australia in September the 2nd to the 15th. Our preparation for that is after this year. We are planning to include some of the over 60s guys, some of the better ones who can afford the time and resources to come out to join us with the England tour. We're planning to have some over 60s along with our over 50 guys, to have them in July in England also to play good competitive cricket for the preparation for the over 60s World Cup in September in Australia.
Well, this one I said high from Monty is going to go way down towards mid-wicket. It's going to go across the ropes now, so boundary. Wilson, very economical so far, now in his 6th over. 21 conceded, 2 wickets for him. So we're in over number 25. Monty goes up to 38. The total 115 for 4. Krishnan Ramdat is on 12, 13 deliveries. A good hand good supporting role, the vice captain. So let's cut away in the gap again. So runs for Monty, runs for West Indies over 60s. One more. We're chatting with Raj Singh, manager of Cricket West Indies Masters Associate, chairman in fact, Cricket West Indies Masters Association, the chairman of the steering committee. And it's interesting that we have that name, steering committee, because I want to ask Raj more about that format and that whole organizational setup they have at the moment. So over completed 25 overs in the West Indies over 6 innings gone, 117 for 4. As we continue our discussion with Raj Singh. Raj, Cricket West Indies Masters Association, that is pretty much registered now. It's a legal entity, and you're the chairman of the steering committee, the interim committee. How long will we have an interim committee?
Well, significant that you've asked that. Tonight we hope to have our entire structure formalized and get granted some level of permanence. What I should go back to 2019 when we had those names, the original 5 names that I called there, Desmond Haynes, Ian Allen, Harvey, Hafiz Mohammed, and Rick Ali. I think I forgot that name. And myself. Only Rick Ali has survived from that committee. And we've incorporated other persons. Well, when we started the steering committee in November of 2019 with Lauderdale, we have now myself, Dave Narain, another businessman from New York and Guyana. We have Rick Ali, that's number 3. We have Julian Charles from St. Lucia. We have Samin Amin, who's the captain of the 50th team. We have Kenny Girdari, businessman and player also. From Canada, we have Roy Singh, who played in the 2018 World Cup and now for us, played for Canada in 2018 and for us in 2020. And we co-opted another guy from Trinidad who acts as a treasurer, Mr. Oral Bedesi. So we have expanded our group now to 8 persons so that we're able to handle all the administration. Everybody is given the time voluntarily. So it's a lot of work. We've got so many tournaments to plan out. So we've been functioning as a steering committee. We want to get out there now. This evening, we are having the first general meeting. Since we have all our 50s and 60s guys here, we'll be inviting others to join us by Zoom electronically. We hope to have our directors elected this evening, and we have other business to deal with, to discuss at that meeting. So at the end of this evening, our structure will be formalized, kind of, right?
Directors, what would be the role of the directors? If we want to summarize.
Well, how the Constitution is structured is that the membership, the general membership, is going to be electing a minimum of 5 or a maximum of 12 directors. And within the directorship themselves, they're going to be electing chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and whatever, probably a marketing, director of marketing maybe, we'll appoint to assist us in because we need to go out there and get sponsorship, right? We want to attract more quality persons. Another thing that we've done, which is to expand our structure to have masters bodies in all the various countries in the Caribbean, right? Trinidad has something going for some time. They operate under the Trinidad Cricket Board, which we don't have a problem with. We don't have to go form a new organization just for that. I mean, the committee that serves is just being part of us. So
it's slapped away, and I'm going to go into the boundary. Runs from the bat of Ramdat. He moves on to 18, 124 for 4. Yeah.
Yes, so we formed John, you would know, you sit on that committee in Guyana, which we formed over a year ago in Guyana. Yourself, John, Jonathan Yearwood, Rabbi Stuckle, our legal counsel, Timothy Bagwandin, and Graham Ali forms the nucleus of that committee down in Guyana that runs the big man cricket in Guyana. We're just at the stage now where we've just had a playoffs and semi-final playoffs in Guyana a few weeks ago, and we hope to finish the final in the next few weeks in Guyana.
Well, this looks like it will be a consecutive boundary. So good stoppage time from Bartram. We'll come back and complete the second, but good shot in the gap, but good feeling. 126 now for 4. Productive over so far. No ball and free hit. No ball signaled. Free hit now signaled. So Arun Taplu certainly leaking runs. Western is capitalizing. The free hit down the leg side. Went very casually from that. Picked it but made no contact. That's a good comeback. A good way to bowl a free hit. 127 for 4. We've had 3 no balls, 1 wide, 4. Very productive over for West Indies over 60s. Now we see a single taken. A little bit of indecision, but eventually it's taken. Overcalled. By gives the cap to Arun. So 26 overs completed, 128 for 4. Monty Venkasamy is on 40. Krishnath Ramdat is on 21. 128 for 4. Continue for a little bit. Perhaps we'll go until the interval, the 30th over with Raj Singh. Raj is still with us, and Raj is giving us an update of what's happening with Masters cricket in the West Indies. We're just about to give some information on the roles of the directors, because tonight will be elections, well, nominations and elections for directors for Cricket West Indies Masters Association. So, in a nutshell, what would be the roles of the directors? Will it be placed based on territory, or be placed based on skill set?
Well, a bit of both. We want to have like a combination of both. We want to make sure that all the territories, the active territories, are properly represented on the board, and we want to make sure that we have persons within our group that will bring their skill sets to the our organization, that will improve and advance our organization to deal with all the various age group cricket that we will have to organize, because it's not only now over 50s and over 60s, it's now over 40s also, which I envisage to be a very serious challenge, more so for that age group itself. That group is where persons are still working, probably just they have not even peaked in their earning capacity. To get time off for those type of persons who still play cricket, to tour and to be able to afford it. We need to get proper sponsors.
That's a good shot from Ramdat. What ball down the leg side, helped away. But from the rain coming into the attack now, starts with a boundary. 120, 132 now for 4. You mentioned active territories. The Caribbean is made up of a number of nations. Guyana, the only country nation. Then you have the other island nations in the West Indies. So there's some nations that you're saying are not active with Masters cricket.
Not right now. I mean, I didn't get to finish that point. Presently, we have Trinidad, which has their subcommittee of the Trinidad
Right.
board. Barbados got a body, and that body in Trinidad is headed by Mangley, Rajendra Mangley, a former Trinidad player. He's got Badesi and so on, who played with us. So I forgot his name also. He was part of our squad in South Africa, 2020. So we've got Trinidad, we've now got Guyana on board, got them active. We've gotten we got a body called Amas Sporting Organization from Barbados. So those guys are actively they've got a very good structure in Barbados with Masters cricket. They've been functioning for like over 40 years, so they've become part of our membership as a territory. Julian Charles has started a committee, but they've not been very active as yet. in the Windward Islands, St. Lucia, and he's got his body there. I can't remember all the names of his body there, but we're trying to get Jamaica and the Leeward Islands to be active. All right.
Mm.
The other territory which we may end up at the end of the day forming as an America's group, right? Which we combine because I think Cricket West Indies Masters Association is so nicely positioned to incorporate the Caribbean or the West Indian region and North America.
Yeah.
Have that fusion, and really make it a strong grouping together. I know West Indies have always been, Cricket West Indies has always had the mandate to make Canada and the US part of their responsibility. They've taken on a responsibility, but there's never really been a true marriage,
Yeah.
right? But I think our organization is going to do that a lot better.
Oh, that's a good catch to end the innings
Monty
of Monty
threw away the
Venkasamy. One for Forte caught it mid off. The fielder running in. Wicket number 5 going down. Over number 29. West Indies 136 now for the loss.
27.
Over number 27. One is very tiny. 136 for 4. Sorry, 136 for 5 now. Venkasamy brings good catch. Gone for Forte. Bart from the rain coming in and get to the breakthrough. Good wicket, you would say, for Canada. Good breakthrough.
Yeah, Monty was looking very solid there. He threw his wicket away there, man. He's got 40, I guess. He's a little tired, maybe. But he's one of the fit guys there, and I don't think he suffered from any niggle. So we were expecting him to bat through. Anyway, it is what it is. So I'm sorry, but your eyesight, John. I mean, at 30 odd and your eyesight has failed you, or is failing you. I'm really sorry about that, John. You told me you were going to start your career and try to captain the over 40s team.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so 136 for 5. Ryan picking up a wicket in his first over. Conceded 8 runs, but has the wicket, which is very important from him as a bowler. And Virgil Gosai, the new batsman for West Indies over 60s. A little man, but he's 77 years old. And that's what
about
Mark.
75.
Well, he could be 77 just recently.
Wow.
So it's outside the off stump, but not called a wide. These are the non-strikers and Sai. A dogged batsman. I saw him play already. And very organized at the crease. Perhaps his only fault, maybe not able to get it deep into the gaps often enough. 136 for 5. Breakthrough coming. Over number 27. This one is driven down towards long off. Virgil, there goes Virgil. Young legs, running with fresh legs, I should say, not young legs. Running very quickly. Really good running. Fresh legs at the crease. Gotten two. Ramdat. Very bright colored gloves from Virgil. Fluorescent green. Most of the other guys are wearing the maroon looking glove. The uniform, but yes, he has maybe a superstition. His favorite glove is a most comfortable glove. So Narayan's first over coming to an end, a successful one from him. 1 over for him, 10 runs, 1 wicket. West Indies over 60s, 138 for 5 after 27 overs. Christian, that looks good on 28. As a start, we want to continue. Yes, so we're speaking about the formation of the territorial bodies and how they will filter feed into Cricket West Indies Masters Association.
Yes, so that presently, as I said, yeah, we have Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad, and Windward bodies which are existed. Jamaica, not so much, not at this point in time. We're working towards that. Jamaica and Leewards.
Yeah.
But presently, the guys that come out of the Americas, the US and Canada, play under the, but we'd like down the line to have them form their own, have them as a separate territory down the line. So we'll have the 6 original territories that functions on the similar to CWI, and the Americans being a seventh territory, right? Maybe if you could attract enough people from the US and Canada, it separated on the line also. We'll have 8 territories, and even number. So those are all things down the line. We're looking at it. You'd asked me about the functions of the various. We plan to, at our first meeting of the directorship, to have subcommittees where we'll put individual directors allocated to different points. We need to have them heading marketing, things like that. Competitions, various based on the skill set that they have. We have to ask them to head up and ask more personnel to come on board. Like a lot of persons are volunteering their services to us, and we will be surely taking advantage of those because all these guys, most of these guys function as captain or various functions in clubs over the years. So we've got a lot of resources, human resources to call upon.
From the race is back. Before this, 4 overs, none for 3. It's no wicket. 3 runs conceded in his first 4 overs. Now he's back. He sent down 2 deliveries and already gone for 5. A single, now a boundary. Has to get his radar back again. Ram the race. Krishna ram the race. 143 for 5. So it's a very important meeting tonight.
Yes, definitely.
What is the feeling in the camp among the members? Everybody all pumped up?
Well, I mean, a lot of the guys have been focusing more on the cricket to try to get themselves fit to come out on match days. So the meeting is kind of settled to second fiddle kind of right now. In a launch magazine or inaugural magazine, the Windies Masters Cricketer, and the Windies Masters Cricketer, and our website.
Website.
Yeah.
Website and a magazine. Maybe we're coming down, I can tell you this from maybe a personal standpoint. We're coming down towards the phasing out phase of paper and going more online. So we're launching both at the same time.
Yes.
So capturing both of the audiences, those of yesteryear who like to have a physical paper, and then you want a modern person as well. You're going online.
Yes. Well, our audience will be mostly a lot of, the coming from the masters, the ARP members, you could call it that. So they like to see a physical, a hard copy of a magazine. So we printed quite a few hundred magazines. I think it's a little bit over 1,000 or 50 or something like that. So we'll be distributing it around the territories in the Caribbean and North America. We were lucky to have almost 50 sponsors on board, where we raised like over almost 25,000. Minus the cost to print the magazine and the shipping and so on, that was the next 5,000. So overall, we netted just about $20,000 from this venture, which we hope to do on an annual affair.
20 YouTubers gone, 144 for a loss of 5. 2 overs to go. And the second power play and also the second segment of this innings for West Indies over 60s. In the first 15 overs, West Indies over 60s got 64 for 2. They've lost 3 wickets in this segment of play, but they've added 80 runs so far. So they've been a bit more busy in the crease, but they've lost just the extra wicket.
Yeah, the wicket seems to be playing right out very nicely, and the guys are settling nicely. We're getting good starts. I mean, we were really expecting to have someone the top order to bat through the entire innings, but I mean, I think Rambat came in at number 6, so he's got to marshal the forces down. I think we've got some decent batting coming out. We got Hafiz Mohammed, who's an opening batsman, yet to come, and 1 or 2 others, which we hope to carry their weight to ensure that we battle our 45 overs and get some in the vicinity of between 225, 250 even. All right, so we will be happy with that. Our bowling is a bit, on the weaker side, so we'd like to ensure that our batting posts a good total that they could defend, and try maybe hopefully the Canadians will be a little tired after fielding for 45 overs to go in there and bat afterwards. So it's all a strategic game at this point in time. Try to manage your limited resources because this is our fourth game for the over 60s. They've already played two back-to-back last week, Thursday and Friday, and then one on Sunday. So this is their fourth game in what? That's quite a lot for the men who are over 60 and you said just like who 77, almost 80. Octogenarian.
Yeah, he looks really good. Looks organized, like I said. He's been running very quickly between the wickets here. He outrun some of the current players in the West Indies senior side.
Incidentally, I should mention that I did audition for Force Over 50 in both Lauderdale and in Trinidad. But he didn't make the cut for the final squad. And I mean, he's determined to ensure that he makes it someday. So he's trying again with the guy. You got to take your hat off to him. He's very determined. At 77, still looking to make the over. Well, now it's over 60, so he's probably stand a better chance at this level because he hasn't pulled up in 4 matches. I don't think he's played all 4 matches because we've been trying to rotate our players, but now we're down to bare 12 players at this point in time.
He's coming for the big game, the must-win game, the semi-final match. There he is, halfway down the track, looking for the second. Ramdat, he's been there much longer, has a bit more to carry around. Turned his back on him. So that's the end of 29 overs, 149 for 5. The final over in this second power play is going to come up. Also, West Indies is bordering at that 150 mark. It's really good to see 150 on the board because at the start of the innings, Pirlal went first ball. That might have been a very bad blow. He stepped back very early in the innings. But good batting, sensible batting so far. Got the West Indies to this stage. So you mentioned the tour to England, you mentioned the West Indies over 60s tour to Australia for the inaugural over 60s World Cup. Then March, we'll be having hopefully the over 50s World Cup coming back, and a mini World Cup maybe in Barbados. Lots of plans for the future, lots of activities today. Semi-final for this over 60s magazine and website launch. What would be our website, though, Mr. Singh?
Well, I mean, any cricket website is a lot of, it's more like a match center.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fixtures, a lot of results, records, stats of all the players, and so on for all our members that we have presently. You also have, our territorial members or individual members listed here. We've got different categories of membership. We've got the founding members, we've got ordinary members, we've got honorary members. We're pleased to welcome 3 former Test cricketers to our honorary membership base. We had Howard Bacchus, Lawrence Rowe, and now we've incorporated with Colin Kraft will be getting his honorary membership this evening. So we are very happy to have Crafty on board with us. I mean, Crafty, you all know from the fine Babylon days in the 80s and the 90s.
70s and 80s.
Yeah, that's really amazing. I mean, so happy to have Crafty on board with us. And we're hoping that he is encouraged and motivated with what he's seeing with our outfit here. What our plans are, what we've been doing, how we've progressed so far. It's quite a lot of work to get things done here, and we're getting it done now. So the magazine and the 150 here.
150 on the board now. What would be the website? How do we get access to it?
Okay, the website is going to be www.windiesmasters.com.
www.windiesmasters.org.
Sorry. windiesmasters.org. www.windiesmasters.org.
So after today, we'll be hearing more of that. we're hoping it becomes a household name around the world because I've been following cricket for a number of years. I've been interacting with various persons around the world. And when it comes to cricket, they have their preference for their national team because of loyalty. When you ask, so what's your second best team? It's always the West Indies. So we want to create that legacy as well. All right, so we're down to the final over of the second power play. West Indies battling against Canada in the semi-final of the over 60s version of the Champions Trophy USA 2022. The end of the second power play, end of the second phase of this innings, West Indies sent in 155 for a loss of 5. Osai is on 2 with him as vice captain of the over 60 side, Ramdat on 36. A good comeback, you would say 155 for 5.
Yeah, excellent. I'm happy with the second at the end of the second segment of our innings, 155 and 5. If they had told us they would give us that number at the beginning, I would have taken that right away. I mean, last 5 wickets, I said, I think we have enough batting to bat through the 15 overs and post another 80, 90 runs for sure on top of that for the last 15.
All right, so that's the voice of Rat Singh, chairman of the steering committee for Cricket West Indies Masters Association. Tomorrow, maybe we'll speak to him as official chairman, but we'll never know. Right, I want to wish you and Cricket West Indies Masters Association all the best. You have my full support, and I'm sure I'll be getting support of others to contribute to that success as well. So good luck. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, John. We appreciate your support for us also, and we'll talk some more. Thank you very
All
much.
right, 155 for 5. We'll take a break as well, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to pre-review cricket complex. Gripping contest is ahead of us, and that's flicked away first ball after the break. Runs for West Indies over 60s, which is not Ramdat, the vice captain, adding to his 36 that he had at the break. He's now into the 40s. 40 exactly, 159 for the loss of 5.
It's a good start, I think, for this last session here. What I would suggest now that West Indies over 60 should get 225 this kind of platform.
So it's got to nicely once again for Ramdat. It's got 9-1 runs in the second passage of play. Second segment of 15
Right.
overs.
Like 6 runs per over, over 6 runs per over. In the first, we had 4 runs per over, so you're balancing out at about 5 or so runs per over. We call it a wide, way too wide.
And the rain continues. This is his third. 1 for 22 now. 61 for 5. The sun is out, but not blazing hot. The wind is back with us.
That could be 4 more. Could be 4 more.
That's
It is
more.
4 more.
With an offer.
Well, I'll just say good afternoon to our viewers and listeners everywhere for this third session. The guys have come with a little bit more of a energy, alacrity. They want to get runs on the board quickly. Already we've had 2 boundaries in this after second interval period. 166 for 5 it is. There's probably going to be at least 1, could be 2, but at least 1.
So while Virgil Gosai, new to the crease, he's running much quicker. I think Ramdat still struggling a little bit. I saw him limping as he was walking off after the end of the second power play. Heading into the break. So they gotta be very careful how they're running. I mean, happy hour has started, the final 15 overs. They're not very careful, they can end up in a mix up. Side up start.
Leg break. Give him generous flight. Not pitched on the stump, so allowed to go past by the batsman. The wind has picked up.
Mr. Curry Pier.
The wind has been high. $167 for 5. Over number 32.
And
Mr. Croft,
How are you,
how
sir?
are we doing?
You good?
Good, good.
You good?
Be good.
Wonderful, wonderful. Nice to see you. You know, cricket starting back just now with Trinidad. 4 days. Starting and all the games will be played.
18th of May, we got those fixtures.
Yeah, yeah. Just now.
I want to welcome Mr. Imran Jan
Hey,
to pre-review
aye, aye.
the complex.
All right, we'll talk later.
The Houston Open will roll off in a few
I think
days.
that starts on Thursday.
Yes,
Yeah.
at the completion of the Champions Trophy. So some of our players are that tournament are here for a session. There are 14 fields to choose from, Mr. Croft.
I don't think they have 14 fields yet. I think the plan is that I think I have 5 or 6.
Available right now.
Yeah, available right now. The plan is to have 14. They're building a couple more over there and they were coming in. There are a couple more coming in. I think only 5 or 6 of them are available right now. But the plan is to have 14. It's a good thing. So that's what I think these guys are coming here for, the Houston Open. Jan is a good cricketer. There you go. Hustler. Really good cricketer.
Imran and Asif Jan.
Correct.
So Imran the bowler, Asif the batsman.
Batsman, that's correct.
So he's in Trinidad
And I
Tobago.
think both of them,
as well as in Australia.
yeah, both of them have managed to get into coaching too, which is
Yeah.
good. Carry on the thing, boy. You get as you get older, it's transferred to the younger generation, which is exactly what you want. Done.
Krishna around the race continues. It is certainly back with us.
Oh yes, it actually it's picked up appreciably because at one stage it was very high, then it went down. Now it's gone back up. Krishna Ramirez still tight, you know.
Yes.
None for 11, but this is the 7th over. Now I'll take that, you know. I'll take none for 11 from 7.
Most expensive would have been the fifth over. You conceded 5.
Correct. So they're going to get a single for that.
Very tight.
170 comes up now. 170 to 5. We are in over number 32, I think it is.
170. So Krishna Das is on 49. Eyeing his half century. Dot ball 20 over. It means that Krishna Das Ramdas will be on strike. It started with 2 over. 170 for 5. 32 gone.
32 overs. 170 for 5. Ferdinand got 3. Krishna Dat, 49. We've had 32 overs, so another 13 to go. 13 at this rate. Maybe another 60 runs or so. 230 should be a good score. Still 5 wickets in hand. And facing now is Krishna Dat. He's got 49. He's got 60 in his back. Just to ram that. Second.
Ish Narula. New bowler. Well, coming back into the attack.
Coming back into the attack.
Yeah. First over 2 runs. Second 2 overs, 21 runs. But he had a wicket. Narula. Bowling to that on 49.
170 for 5. Could be his 50th run. Let's see. Tap down to third man. He's going to get 1. He's probably going to get 2. So that's his 50th. Very well played, Krishna Ramdat. 51 from 40 deliveries. 51 from 40. So very much on the positive side of that innings, hitting the ball everywhere. Tapped it down to third man for 2 to bring up that 50. Long way to go. Could probably try to get probably further down the line, get to close to 100. Still a lot of cricket to go. This is over number 33.
Last game against same opponents. Captain Royce got 97 not out.
Correct. So
Ran
again,
out of time.
no, he ran out of him. If he'd been batting all the time, he should have been trying to get there.
Yeah.
So, you know. Batter number 3, correct?
Correct.
Not out. That's probably going to be a little bit high going down leg, I would have thought. I concur. 173 for 5 over number 33. I think. Correct. Print here is very small. Giving them out LBW this time. Played outside the line. The ball turned back and probably would have hit middle and off. Giving out LBW. So Virgin is out LBW for 3 after spacing 18 deliveries. 173 for 5 becomes 173 for 6. And we are in over number 33. Mukesh now has 2 for 26.
Looking back into the attack and picking up the wicket immediately. Ejected 7-year-old.
But I think he enjoyed himself batting. He batted for some long time.
That's with a wicket keeping pads. I'm looking at it as he's walking off.
But maybe that's his wicket keeping pads. He's not a big man, so he couldn't probably bat with a big pair of pads. He's a very tiny guy.
So Hafiz Mohammed is making his way to the middle.
Been having some good talks with Mr. Mohammed coming down.
He's joining his very good friend Ramdat.
Yeah, he's been around the cricket for a long time. Played all over the world, he was telling me.
Yeah.
Straight toward everywhere. Runs a shipping company, among other things. Yeah. Very keen cricketer. Life is once, you know, you should enjoy it.
First time I met him in Trinidad and Tobago when his home in Cuba. Grandchildren.
Yep,
He's a family man as well.
gotta do that. That is going to be off the mark immediately. Yep. Middle of the bat. You got one set of priorities in life. Your highest priorities must be your family. Kids, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, whatever. Off the mark immediately is Mr. Hafiz M. 1 from 1. I think they're going to be trying to get a run per ball from here on in. This is the last set of 15 overs. Over number 33 completed now. 174 for 6. Actually, I think there's 175 for 6. Let's see if it updates.
That's the end of the over. 33 gone, 174 for 6. He looks to take his 4th over. 2 for 27 from him. It's a cat and mouse situation with the sun and the clouds.
The sun is trying to get out.
It's crying.
The wind has died down a little bit, and the clouds have gone a little bit. So
Yeah.
it's becoming a better day.
It is, yeah.
Becoming a better day. Not bad at all. Refreshing. It's just after 1 o'clock. 174 for 6, 33 overs gone. So 12 overs yet to be bowled in this innings. Hafiz Mohammed will face Bartram Narayan bowling around the wicket. He's going to be looking to get the ball through the leg side, predominantly leg side field, short backward legs, square leg. Sweeps, I think he missed this. And they could be looking for 2. Yes, they are. Hafiz Mohammed comes back. I'm not sure if that's buys, if he hit that, or leg buys. The umpire doesn't signal. So he must have hit that. There are no signals from the umpires. There's a short backward square leg. You just have to retrieve that. That's fine leg. Then a backward square leg on the boundary, a mid wicket on the boundary, long one. Short mid wicket, that's on the leg side. Again, Hafiz Mohammed sweeps.
This time he has good connection.
Again, he hits it. And this time he might get 4. It gets down to the boundary, but it's still. The umpire is asking. This time it's leg by. There's no, he didn't signal, so it's leg by.
This one ran away a little bit faster. He thought he got back onto this one. This time the umpire.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought the first one was like mine,
I
this one was
agree.
mine. This one's run. These things happen. $178 for 6. So quickly, the scoreboard's moving over. Another sweep. We're running for at least another run. But his alarm is
Yeah, the activities have certainly picked up in the park.
bad. Well, it's windy. Normally, when it's windy, alarms go off too. Sometimes it goes off when you have a big thunderclap, movement of the vehicle. Machine that has got 52 made from 42 deliveries, now 43 deliveries. Something 9 for 6.
Very healthy scoring rate for him.
Very good scoring rate for him, good scoring rate for his team. But he needs to stay at the crease. Trying to stay at the crease to the end. $180 for 6 now. We've had 34.
A good period, at least now for the West Indies over 6 days. Lots of dependent on maybe the last pair of recognized batsmen.
180 for 6 though. Now if the two of these here could continue at least up to the 30th over. Sorry, up to the 40th over. Then you start thinking about acceleration for the last 5. Hit the ball around a little bit.
This your guy Brian.
He holds out straight into the hands of Brian at mid-wicket. And he didn't have to move. He didn't have to bend. It went straight into his lap. Pulling across the line there, Squisher that. Out for 53 from 45.
We're just saying that it's important for him and for West Indies over 6
Stick
days.
around.
He stays a bit longer at the crease. Looking to go for a big shot, but this from the safe hands of Brian McLean at mid-wicket. That's the end of him for 53. West Indies now 180 for 7. Start of over number 35.
Should be disappointed because the ball is outside off stump and probably should have played it towards mid-off or even mid-on. It was across the line, didn't do that well and he was caught. Well played, 53 from 45, but I'm sure he'll be upset that he got out at this time when it's probably necessary for one of the better batsmen to stick around for the last 50 overs of this innings.
Kish Narula has now picked up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 27, now in his 5th over. Despite being a bit expensive, he's in the wickets column as well, so very good returns from him.
3 for 27 from 4, but this is the 5th over. More than 5 runs per over. If you're getting wickets, I suppose you could accept that. 180 for 7.
New batsman is Andrew Budan.
West Indies over 6s have got to be very careful that they're not bowled out before the 45 overs are complete. There are quite a few overs to go. This is the 35th. At least they got the car alarm off.
But then we get off the mark. Yes.
Positive calling. You heard it all the way here.
Yes.
Big shout. Yeah, let's go. Very, very pleasant conditions here. You come out here and you bring your dogs or whatever, you run around and you relax. Or you bring cases of beer, depending on whatever you want to do. Just sit down on that tree and hang out.
Was some horseback riding. We're in Texas, you know.
I'm sure there's something like around here somewhere. Texas has got everything.
Yeah.
You ask about it, Texas has it.
Feeling the fielder running around. Up with the boots. Stop the ball from running away. Then retrieve. So kept the batsman to the single. We gotta do what is working, what is effective. That's exactly what the fielder did. Can it?
Whatever works.
It's a crucial game. It's a semi-final.
That's a good shot. That could be four. At least it will go out of the circle. You're gonna get two. Gotta like that though. You gotta like the outfield and the guys running, crossing very quickly.
Good work from Farouk. Shiramani knocked it down with his foot again. Good work on the leg side, good work on the offside. So over completed. The end of 35, 184 for 7. 10 overs to go.
10 overs to go. So you would expect another maybe 50 runs minimum. That puts you at about 230. If you get more than that, you get to 250. I was reading today about all the qualifying for the FIFA World Cup. A lot of stuff to happen today. African Cup of Nations, Nigeria playing Ghana, Senegal playing Egypt, Algeria playing Cameroon, Morocco playing DR Congo, Tunisia playing Mali. A lot of African nations are qualifying for the World Cup in Qatar. Intelligent run.
Keeping a leg by.
While they hesitated, you take a run, of course. Think about the game, of course. You haven't been to Qatar, you must go there. Let's go to these countries. We talked about that yesterday. Trying to get there actually for the World Cup next, at the end of this year. But COVID came and messed up a lot of things. With broken a lot of wheels. A lot of hats being dispersed by this wind here. You might even hear it in the background. It's extremely windy. No real protection. We're in a prairie, very big playing fields. Drive dunked a long off. They're gonna get one. They might only get one. Instead of fielding, one return. So restricted to just one. Big shot. Restricted just to one. Good with the feeling.
Just hit very well. Got to the fielder very quickly.
Hafiz Mohammed likes to sweep. Played that shot about 5 times. he goes again. Another sweep. He might get this one though. This one is the best of them all. Got 4.
Yes.
Yes, he tried that about 4 or 5 times on the edge. Leg by. This one is the first one he connected correctly with. And he gets beautifully hit 4 down to backward square leg. That brings the score up to 190. That was nicely played. Got to the pitch of the ball and then try to hit it through mid-on. Just pull it along the leg. There's a man at backward square leg, very fine. Maybe even fine leg. Then another guy set a square leg on the boundary, with wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary. Those are the 4, and there's a long off, of course. Now he hit this one in that same general area, and again, for more. This one is the backward square leg this time. At one time, it looked as if it might just be a chance of a catch.
Thought so, but then there's also the wind factor.
That's right.
But it was well hit.
Very well hit. He gets another 4. 194 for 7.
The end of the over as well. So, but number 36 coming to an end. And Hafiz suddenly on 13, just 11. They have some kites here, Colin. Have some kites flying because it's movement. They have a cardio punch contest.
With star points.
So,
Two of them at home and a normal. When we were in primary school and high school, we used to make kites literally every day.
yeah, I remember that.
Every single day. The one you break, you fly today, is broken up by tonight, tomorrow you go. I don't know how often they do a lot of flying. Do they do a lot of flying still in Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago? I don't know.
Guyana, it's pretty much closer to Easter Monday. It's
Okay.
in my youthful days, once these seasons upon us,
Yes.
every day it's kites.
That's correct. Once the length kind of starts, that's when you start doing experimenting on if you could fly a kite and what you need to do to make the one from yesterday better for the one tomorrow.
One that your kite better than your neighbors.
That's right.
All youngsters at the time.
Well, it's a different time now.
Well,
but-
kite is up. We have some cricket action.
That's
some
right.
Football.
Now it's about computers. The youngsters now don't even know what a kite is.
This is Buran.
That's a good shot. That could be 4. That is 4.
That's lots of time, Buran.
That's a nice shot. Again, using the wrist because I think he was initially thinking of putting it on the offside and then just pull across, put the little bit of wrist to win wicket. Excellently done. So 194 for 7 now. That should be 198, I think.
H2 still expensive. Most successful bowler, but also
Correct.
most expensive.
Correct. 7 for 198.
100 is upon the West
You
Indies.
put that in the Australian way.
Yeah. Is there a reason or is it just a preference
The
for
preference.
the Australians
Yeah,
to have the
it is
wicket
preference.
suspension?
Yeah.
One thing I love about this Champions Trophy, there's a huge camaraderie. All the teams, the hotel.
Some of the older guys know each other a long time. now.
Yes, it's a lot of camaraderie. You see at the breakfast time, even when we get back in the afternoon to see the guys socializing. I know tonight lots of attention will be on the television monitor in that lobby.
Oh yeah, we
West
have.
Indies women against Australia women.
That is
semi-final
correct.
number 1.
That starts at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, so
first semi-final of the ICC Women's World Cup 2022. The score 198 for 7. We are now in over number 30. Over number 37. That brings up to 200. 200 for 7 now. Over at number 37.
Rune a short cover, misfield, then the ball went deep down onto the boundary. 2 more runs.
Ian Andrews got 10. Hafiz M has got 13. Whoom! That's gone over the top. Catch! He dropped it.
Oh, what an effort from Ian Austin.
I thought he had it. I really thought he had it. Because he went up, took the catch, and then on the way back down, as he hit the ground, it came out.
Yeah, that's Ian Austin. Good height. Ball
Yeah.
came off very quickly from the back. Go off the edge. And there he
The
was.
ball was coming down with him, and when he hit the ground again, the ball just came out of his hand. Excellent effort.
Initially, I thought it was going to go way over his head. It's a tall man. But got good height. Saved too. Did not take the catch, but saved too. At the end of the over, 37 gone, 202 now. West Indies over 60s. Ian Andrew Bodan giving his multi. 12 from 11. Hafiz, who's going to take strike now, also faced 11. He has 13 runs. Back into the attack now. 2 overs, 1 for 20. 10 runs in over conceded by Taplu. Expecting the weekend to have lots more activity. But today, Tuesday, at a prayer review, it's a busy day. It's a busy day. Good call from Budan, calling. Budan on strike is then recognized the opportunity today.
Right. All the runs counted this time.
Yeah.
Coming down to the end of this innings now. 38 overs. Acceleration needs to start if you're trying to get to 250.
Trying to hit it too hard on this occasion.
You're in hearing in here. Really, 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 really windy today. Oh, he advances.
Budan with a fall
That's
shot.
going to be at least 2. They're going to run 2. Actually, they got 1.
Brian came in very quickly from long on.
Big Brian, man. I like Big Brian.
A lot of work. A lot of ground.
Brothers now asking for a new bat. Bat just came out. The ball went upward and went out. Big Brian came in nicely there. Stop that. Took a catches, Brian.
Here he is, covered some ground again.
There he is, going again. Big Brian, man. My boy. Yes, sir. Good feeling. 204 for 7. The acceleration started. The last 10 overs, you try to get 60 runs minimum. Especially if you got. Oh, that could be scored. That's a full toss. That's a gift. Full toss. That's probably going to eke into the boundary. No. So they're going to run 3, which is excellent. 209 for 7. Open space in the offside.
Bat is going to go out at the end of the over, but I think should be off to take some refreshments.
For everybody.
Yeah, a lot of running, a lot of activities happening since this power play has started.
Yeah. We're in over number 38. We don't want water, it's not for us. It's for them. Tell you. I think you think it's for us.
So that's the end of the over. So
38 gone.
209 on the board.
Yep. So we got another 7 overs, 60, 70 runs. Should allow perhaps 275 might be realized here.
Yeah, that'd be a very good total.
That'd be an excellent. Yeah, they need it. That's for us.
That being changed. That would not be on strike at the start of this over. Let's see how his new weapon will work. No saying Matrix 1 hours blames his tools. Don't
Well,
want,
these guys are doing well.
yeah, we don't want to have a situation like that.
Yellow's got 13 from 14 deliveries. Hafiz has got 18 from 14.
Thing comes back into the attack. The ruler has been taken out. Expensive.
Boundary riders are now 5 leg, hip mid wicket, long on, long off, extra cover. They're gonna run one at least here. Exchange with this man facing. Hafiz just got that single. I think they've decided well Ian is the man who's going to try to hit it over the top. See how far he could go. He's looking at the field now. Going now for 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Way. 1 for 1.
They're going to run one at least.
Lucas all the way down on that cover point boundary. A lot of power to get to the fielder much faster. The chance for coming back for the second not obtained. So the umpire Rohan Witherspoon, have a look at the bat that was sent out for Buran. Having an inspection. The leg umpire in the field. Being called in as well.
For the balls.
So the umpire had a look at the bat. There's some aluminium in that or some carbon fiber. Make sure everything is in the playing conditions.
Could well be because of the black bat. Last time I saw a black bat was at Stanford. One of those signed by all of the legends that were Stanford legends. Very nice bat.
Stanford cricket evolved.
Yep,
Remember that
it
tournament?
was a good tournament.
Yeah.
Forget about all the shenanigans behind. Very good tournament. It's going to be a single. Might even try for 2. No.
Yeah, good return. That's a good
That
return.
would have been a run out.
Very good call from Budan. Sending back Mohammed. Over completed. That's 39 gone. Just 6 to come now. 212 for 7. Budan 14. Mohammed 20. The umpire Nabil still have a look at that bat. Making some inquiries again.
The old bats, in the 60s and 70s used to have a cowhide covering. I don't know if you know that. You might be too young to remember those bats. But covered by cowhide. 212 for 7. It's coming up now for the Houston Open, coming to do their training. Going to be a big tournament starting right here, Thursday and Friday. Whoom! Now that is going to be safe. Hafiz Mohammed decided that he's going to keep going with it. He's not going to mess around anymore. He's 13 for 7 now.
Happy hour. Got to cash in. 13. Start of over number 40. Low full toss. Got it. Just really square leg. Slight misfield. That's enough for them to come back for the second. Good running. Good awareness being shown by Bidan and Mohammed.
The big enough outfield that if you misfield, it is very difficult to get the ball back in quickly enough to stop a second run.
You have to consider the throwing arm of these guys as well.
Whop!
Down the track, there he goes, hitting over the head of the fielder. Closing mid off. Long on. He has the ball in his hand.
Too long.
Too long. That was enough time.
Right. Got to get the ball out of your hand. But it's interesting that you say that, you know. When we were playing, I remember we played at Melbourne ground. Same thing. Big,
Yes.
big ground. You start to relate from the boundary. 125 meters. And same thing. As soon as you got the ball in your hand, get rid of it. Because of that same thing. Those are the days before they used to restrict their outfield. The outfield was as big as you could get. 120, 125 meters. The whole Melbourne.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Oh, chipping down the track and got a full toss. Wanted a bit more fine. Yeah.
Adelaide at that time, I think, used to be 97. It was big. Melbourne was the biggest, and I think Adelaide, and even Sydney. Sydney was 90. Because they used to play the edges. There were no ropes, it's the edges of the ground.
Very good over. Productive one for West Indies over 6 days. Single dot 2 2 1 1. Lots of running without water. This going out.
For 7, we've had 40 overs,
You got to fuel the engines.
5 more to go.
19.
Yes, when we first went to Australia, first time I went to Australia, 1978. Incredible how everything was big. Massive. That's like Texas at school. But in those days, as I said, the boundary was the drain around the cricket ground. So whenever the ball gets into the drain, it's 4. You know, Melbourne, 110 meters. And men used to still hit 6s.
The old bats. Not the
Well-
modern bats.
Yes, the old jumbos like Viv Richards's old jumbo. Ray Nichols used to make some good ones. Duncan Fernley,
Yeah.
that's right, Duncan Fernley.
But
Stuart
more.
Gordon Moore, Stuart Surridge. They all had, actually, the bats were made in Australia, most of them. Those in Australia were made a little differently to those in England, but they all had manufacturing plants in Australia. What a good shot. He gets 1. He might get 2. They're running 2. Reverse sweep. Boys taking out all the shots today, man.
Yeah, lovely shot. Switch it. And he took that to quite casually. As if it's a regular situation. I went way down on the boundary. Yeah, backward point looked as if it was a deep backward square. It was a
See?
pitch hit.
The first time I've seen that shot played was probably in the early 80s. Come to forget. Yeah, it's a reverse sweep. Derek Randall used to play a lot for England. Tried it again. Didn't come off this time. On side leg stump. Bad.
Got off for the first time. His teammate said, well done, well done. This time his teammates are saying, not good, not
Don't
good.
do that. Well, he's a West Indian. I'm sure you're accustomed to that. All West Indians have that attitude. If you do something and you get away with it, it's good. You do the same thing, you get away with it. Don't get away with it, it's bad. What are you going to do? 220 for 7. We are now in over number 41. Both of these batsmen, if they get giddy up a little bit to get to 50. Hafiz has got 23 from 25. Andrew 19 from 19. Airborne, you're going to run at least one. And Ian is coming back. There you go. Ian was going to the non-strikers then. The cricket is livened up just like the heat. Become brighter. Boom!
So that was backing up nicely. I'm looking at him as the ball is going, he's walking in. And immediately took off again.
Here for the Canadians to get a lot of runs.
Good game awareness, over completed. That's the end of 41, 223 for 7. Hafiz moved on to 26, but on with him on 19.
Yeah, nice little partnership developing here. They're running well. They just had some water, so they might be just a little bit refreshed. They're moving along with a lot more speed. 4 overs to go. 223 for 7.
Economical Ramirez is back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 12.
That's not bad. So he has 2 more to get. He has to try to get
Was with the 4 he
correct.
suspect he will bowl. Yeah.
Well, they will have to keep him moving because he's the most frugal of the bowlers. Medium doublers. Off cut. Hit that hard. Down to mid off.
Ryan is
They're gonna run for 2. Oh, they're gonna get 2. Put pressure on the fieldsman. Brian did not throw the ball back correctly. You just say it. Good game awareness. They're running quickly, aware that if they put pressure on the fieldsman, they could get a second run. Very well run. 225 for 7.
He was very wide at long. Oh,
Yes. Strange field, isn't it?
very.
Deep mid wicket, deep square
What are
leg,
you asking the ball
a
to
deep
ball?
backward, maybe just wide fine leg. And there he goes. They're gonna run 1, probably just 1. We are in over number 42. Asking about the stumping. The resident stumping. The bail is not on because, of course, there's been so much wind.
Partnership now 46 between Buran and Mohammed. We got to get at 7 for 180 when Christian that went.
Oh, that's going to
Up
go
edge.
up in the air. I don't know if it's going to be taken. No, they could even run 2. They will run 2.
Run partnership now.
These boys are having a lot of fun in their batting, I think.
Really good running.
I think they're having fun batting.
Yeah. Suddenly, they can get the highest total in the over 60s tournament. 228 on the board now.
That's the highest.
So 229 the other day. To set the win.
230, yeah, that was yesterday.
Yes.
Or 2 days ago. But they have a lot of time still because we just finished over number 42. So they could get it to 50. $228 for 7, 42 overs. Ian Andrews got 21. Mr. Hafiz has got 29. 8 overs from Krishna. None for 17. A good return. He probably will hold one more over.
So when Canada batted first against West Indies over 60, they got 266.
Did not tell you, I knew that would be a higher score than that. Yeah, big score.
West Indies over 50s, there was 229.
Correct.
So that's where
There was a big score when they were outplayed badly the first game. They did a little bit of revenge. They did a little bit of a revenge from that game. So it tells you that Canada could bat.
but
They made 266.
yep.
This is not a foregone conclusion with 229 that you got a winning score. Add another maybe 15, 16 to that. From here on into the last couple of overs, maybe end up 250, 260. A lot of way. $230 for 7. You missed it. It's coming down to the end of over number 43, 229 for 7. Thought they scored a run just now.
Dust.
Yeah. Ah, this is a big shot.
That's one. They're going to look for 2. Yes, they will look for 2. Oh, she looks good. Huh?
Yes, it is.
It's really nice. Boy. It looks very inviting.
I like the slope as well.
Yep. Oh, he's bowled him, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, he walked right past that and was bowled.
After passing the 50 run partnership. So it's a good 50 run partnership nonetheless. Very busy, workman-like partnership, but Budan is bowled for 23 by Wilson Sinath Singh. Sinath Singh now picking up his third wicket, 3 for 33. Now into his final over, 231 for it in over number 44. Over number 43.
Very well played here, Ian Andrew. Eight down. The 2 last wickets must make sure that they don't dismiss until at least the last ball.
Thirty-one. 51 run stand between Mohammed, who's still there on Torte. Budan was just in dismissed for 23. Until then,
231 for it. That's correct.
batsman Prem Ryan Singh. That's right hand, go left hand. Long forward.
Oh dear.
Yes, no, eventually step back. He's admiring his shot, perhaps recognizing it was the last delivery of the over, wanted to get the established batsman on strike at the start of the new over. We can only assume. So that's the end of quarter three. 231 for 8. Dino Ryan Singh just got to the wicket, just one delivery phase. He's on 30.
You made a lot of assumptions then. It worked out. That's all you could say. Because there was no real conviction of calling. I think what happened then is that one guy said yes, the other guy said yes, and then but in the end it turned out all right. So no problem at all. It now means that the man who's been striking the ball relatively well is Hafiz Mohammed, 30 from 31 deliveries. It is the 43rd over. He's got 12 deliveries to try to get the 50. If he hit 6-2, that would be fine.
Yes. So from the race, will come for his final over. Not for 70. That might be the only disappointment that the catch was floored.
Correct.
So yet to get into that wicket's column. Ball very economical.
Very tight. Very tight. Medium doublers.
Behind the head of the keeper.
Going behind the keeper. They might even run two.
Running away down the slope.
Might get more than two. They might get three.
Yeah. Be relayed again. Second throw was very good, just over the bails. Well, no bail, just over the stumps.
234 for 8.
34, good running.
So they could be thinking about going for 250. That'd be a very good score out. 45 more. This is over number 44 being bowled here. Penultimate over. Running one. If one stepped on the ball, then himself.
3-1.
That's a nice shot. They're going to push you again for two. Yes, they are turning for the second. It's very difficult to get that ball in. It's now become 233, 234 for 8 over number 44. Ramdin Orion has got 1. Hafiz Mohammed has got 33. Hafiz Mohammed now hits that again through extra cover. One more.
1-2-1. Yes, sir.
239 for 8. This is the 2 more deliveries in this penultimate over. They run a single again. They're making sure to get a run every ball.
3-1-2-1. 3-1-2-1.
241 for 8. 1 over to go. Hafiz has got 36 from 34. Prem has got 4 from 4. 1 over to go.
250 on the cards.
They should try
On
to
the
get
cards.
250. Got 9 more runs to get in 6 deliveries. Should be possible. Especially if you get a boundary in the first 2 deliveries.
But Ramdin has bowled them, so he will not be bowling.
That's right.
So they can capitalize. A good spell of bowling. 9 overs, not for 27.
Brightened up nicely.
Wind is still with us.
Yep.
Forecast dictates will be high temperatures, but
High temp and high winds.
Yeah.
Field placing is interesting here. Long off. Long off. A long one. Mid wicket. Square leg inside the circle. Boom.
Good shot from Singh.
It's gone to mid wicket. So there's a long on, deep mid wicket. Not a deep, that is more like deep forward square leg or square leg. Short backward leg. There's a left hander, so that changes to the offside. Short square leg. Whop. Gonna run one.
All there will be.
Uh, 243 for 8, 4 more deliveries to come for this innings.
That's got away.
We get 2.
On the wrist. Does not stop it.
Definitely get
Cleaned
2.
up by Brian McLean.
Ryan, man.
That's left-handed return to the keeper. Mukesh Narula finishing the innings. It'll be his 7th over. 3 for points. Yeah.
Yeah, inexpensive, just about 6, but he's got 3 wickets. Gonna run a single that might be. Oh, I thought he would have tried to hit the non-striker then. He would have had people backing up anyway. To hit the wicketkeeper's end gives ball takes a much longer time to get there, and because of that, the single was completed. 246 for 8. Oh, good shot.
Oh, that could be the
Reverse sweep
250.
again.
That could be
That's
the 250.
it.
That is the 250.
250. Well done. Very well done there, Mr. Hafiz Mohammed. He goes on the forward. Well, good shot. Reverse sweep. And he hits this one best of all. Man in the wicket didn't have a chance. The man of short square leg was too close inside. 4 more runs. Excellently done.
We're down to the final delivery of yesterday's over 60s innings. Mohammed is on strike. He's on 41. 250 for 8. On the
Well,
left
they
side,
missed, but they might get 2.
big rise after it, but it beats the keeper.
Yeah, they will get 2. There's going to be 2 extras. They might even run a third.
So you're coming back to
Yes,
the
they
third.
are.
Touch and go.
All right.
Hit it. So just 2 signal. No signal come
No
from.
signal. 252 it ends up at.
Yes, 252. Westies over 60s. Been sent in this morning. 252 for 8. At the completion of their 45 overs. Hafiz finishing on 41, not out. Very, very good hand from him. 37 deliveries. Premdi and Rank Singh is on 8. Not out as well. 252 for 8. Before we go to the break, your thoughts on the innings overall?
Well, they started badly because they lost a wicket in the very first delivery. But the middle order really capitalized. The bowling was not bad. They just were patient. As I said from the start, if you bat 45 overs, you're going to get past 200 runs. Then you start accelerating, you start running. Hafiz Mohammed, especially, had 41 from 37 deliveries. What he did right was try to get a run for every ball, made a couple of reverse sweeps, got a couple of boundaries, orthodox sweeps, got a couple of boundaries, confused the fieldsmen. Fielding conditions are really nice now, it's bright and gorgeous. But getting 252 for 8 from 45, really, really a good effort. Remembering though that Canada made more than 260 the previous time that these two teams met. So the game is not yet done.
Get done. So West Indies this morning, lost Sri Lal, no score. Ryan Ramroop 32, Roy 17, Monty Venkasamy, Forte, Keith Lawrence, no score. Christian Nat Ramdad 53, Virgil Gosai 3, Hafiz Mohammed 41 not out, Ian Budan 23, and Prem Singh 8 not out, 252. There were 35 extras in that total of 252, made up of 16 buys, 4 leg buys, 14 wides, and 1 no ball. Healthy contribution from extras.
Of course.
The bowling department, Alan D'Souza, 5 overs, 1 for 21. Kenneth Robertson, shared the new ball. 3 overs, none for 5, did not come back. Mukesh Narula, 7 overs, 3 for 48. Krishna ran the race, 9 overs, none for 27, including 3 maidens. Farooq Kirmani, 3 overs, none for 21. Wilson Sinath Singh, 9 overs, 3 for 33. Arun Taplu, 4 overs, none for 33. And Bertram Narain, 5 overs, 1 for 40. Most of the bowlers, except from the race, traveling, but the most successful of them of the lot, Wilson Sinath Singh and Mukesh Narula, both picking up 3 wickets. But the bowlers were stretched out here today.
Definitely. I think 252 for 8 suggests that the batsmen took their chances. A couple of chances to drop. First wicket went on the first ball, but at least they got past the 250, 252 for 8 and 45. But remembering that Canada made over 260 the last time these two teams met about 3 days ago at USA. So, can't wait to see how Canada approaches this. In the meantime, though, the West Indies over 16 a very, very good first innings in this game, 252 for 8.
We will wait and see indeed. When we return, we'll have the run chase with Canada over 60s looking to get 253 from their 45 overs. My name is John Ramsing. On behalf of Colin Croft, thank you for your company and do join us in about 30 minutes for the run chase. Till then, goodbye. So we're back with the action here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, a very windy Prairie View. We're about to begin the run chase with Canada over 60s. Set a target of 253 from 45 overs after West Indies made 252 for 8 from their allotment of 45. Canada, they're starting with Ian and Arun. Ramesh Shelt has the ball. We started from this the commentary box end for West Indies over 60s. This is a semi-final game. The winning team will go on to play the championship match. And the team that will not win this afternoon will go on to play the third place playoff. So it's going to be Ian, very tall figure of Ian, to take for a strike. 253, the target in windy conditions. Hello, Mr. Croft.
Extremely windy. Having made 252. West Indies over 50, correction, over 60s. I've got a little bit of a tight hustle here because remember this Canadian team made over 260 runs against them days ago. So they'll remember that. They know that they need wickets. They also need to be moving straighter, a little bit more frugal.
Here, just to get off the mark. Very tall.
He's also got some very small pads on. I think those are wicket keeping pads. They're smaller, they're much more maneuverable. Though he's tall, I think they protect him the way he wants, I expect. To get to 253 required, you probably will need one of the top order batsmen, top four. Wickets will fall quickly. To get a substantial score, perhaps get bat right through the innings. But yesterday, in the game for the under 50s, correcting over 50s, for the USA batsman got 123 batted right through.
Off the mark. So runs for Canada over 60s. Hoping they'll come with a single. Ian.
So windy, it's kicking up a dust storm. But we're in Texas, so you should expect that. Forerunner for all of the hurricanes and tornadoes that you might need. So the score is now 2. Because finally somebody outside of the circle. So that was a no ball.
Umpire, having a discussion with his
I think that was an incorrect call just now. I don't know if they're going to try to correct it.
they're maintaining the call. Australia is the signal the free hit. It's just done so. He's going to lose his hat. In the conditions. I've lost mine already, Colin. Free hit, hit in the air. Lawrence does not mess up it. Just after it.
Four for no loss for Silva.
Never experienced with the match. Just really,
Yeah. I've seen this in Tasmania. I've also seen this in England. I started that as well, telling you, down in Kent,
yeah.
Sussex, in those areas. Very windy. Very windy. Remember one time we were playing in Tasmania and nobody wanted to bowl into the wind. So ball into the wicket. Got some wickets, I think 4, but it wasn't easy. When we bring out, well, we didn't bring out water. They brought out hot tea. That's a good shot. Probably gonna get 1. They're gonna be running for 2, but then they changed their mind.
Talpu. So get off the mark. Both batsmen off the mark now. Yeah, the first over. 45 overs.
I noticed that.
Gloves. I think at the start of the tournament, I heard that this O60 side has 4 wickets.
Oh. Okay. Why would he change that? The other guy is tired, or I mean, it's been a couple of games, and the bouncing up and the bouncing down and the bouncing up. Could understand. 5 for no loss, 1 over complete. Looking for 253 to win. Agents are very capable of getting there.
Left arm spin. Takes his wicket very serious.
Oh, yes.
A little longer time to set his speed. Luckily for them, the 2 right-handed batsmen at the crease. They will not have to change after the delivery of their singles. Lots of activities at a PV, peer review cricket complex today. Started wide, yeah.
This is really survival of the fittest here. Canadians made a lot of runs in the previous game. And the Indian guys were a little bit tired then. Now, West Indian guys have done very well with 252 for 8. Canadian guys have been suggested that they're tired. We'll see.
Canada were in the field for all of 45 overs. The rest is batted. Really tired legs will be a bit wobbly. How's your recovery coming, Mr. Prophet?
Well, I got to go to the doctor when I go. It's very painful. I had painkillers today. Something I don't normally do. I don't like drinking tablets, but I drank tablets today. Painkillers. I don't drink tablets. I live by hope. I expect.
Runs for Arun.
Probably going to get 2. They're running 1. They're running 2.
Shot has a very good arm. Is going to come back to the keeper's end. How's that? I think the trend is that once it gets close to boundary, saved. Batsmen would more often than not go for 2 runs.
Correct.
That's a given. Pressuring the fielder.
Even if you're under 30, most of these guys are 60.
And
Run one.
would stop from run. Run past it, but stop the left hand. Got it in.
They say, watch the spin. When you're in the backward points or square leg positions, watch the spin. It's not the first spin, though. It's the second spin. If the ball is rotating this way, the first spin will carry it this way. When it hits the ground the second time, it goes the other direction.
All right, that's the end of 2 overs in the run chase. Canada set target of 253, 11 without loss.
Good start by the Canadians. Keeping up with 5.5 runs per over so far. So right now they need 242 runs from 43 overs at 5.63. So they know they're going to score about 5 runs per over. Maybe 6 runs per over going in from here on in. It does not necessarily mean you're going to score 6 runs every over. We'll get a couple of maidens, a couple of overs with 1 or 2 runs. And then you get an over that produces 14 runs. Good ball. That was a very good delivery. A little bit of shift of outside off stump. Bounce. Wicketkeeper did not collect. Canadian guys have got a big task ahead of them. These over 60s are very useful, handy total, 252 for 8. But they made that even though they lost the wicket in the first ball, because the following batsman did exactly what was prescribed.
So it's pulled away. The batsman that went in the very first ball. After that one, Bilal collects well inside the boundary, so 2 more.
The resting shot, I thought you would have been playing that on the offside. Short enough, I suppose. They pulled through that wide-ish long one position for 2. Yeah, so I think it's going to come down this afternoon to a sense of attrition as to who survives better. Should we put it that way? Wickets lost it for the Canadians. By now, the West Indian over 60 had lost the first batsman. So I think it's going to be tight. It's still required 5.65 per over, 6 runs.
Bit upish, but straight to the fielder. Over comes to an end.
End of 3.
14 without loss. The game on a bit later on, Colin. Women in action.
Yep, against Australia. It starts at 5 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, I think. It will be 4 o'clock.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock Eastern Caribbean.
Oh, 6 Eastern Caribbean time, 5 o'clock our time here in Texas. Okay.
News coming out from that tournament is that Elise Perry may not play for Australia. Over the years, she has been a thorn in the flesh
Why?
of the West Indian.
She injured?
Yes, she is injured.
I am going to bet you she's going to play.
I think so too.
Better cut off her leg for her not to turn up. That is her life, cricket. She said that totally 100%.
played international football as well for Australia. Quite an athlete.
I think it's fourth World Cup, 50 over T20.
Stated as well. Just as the tournament was getting a bit busy, and it's the tightest race you've seen
Yeah.
in the World Cup history.
And the reason for that is what I applaud ICC and New Zealand Cricket Authorities doing. Round robin tournament, not two sectors. Everybody played everybody else. And I think that is why it became so tight. Because there were a couple of upsets. There were a couple of near upsets. That one race became very close because of the round robin circumstance. Pakistan beat the West Indies, Bangladesh nearly beat the West Indies. The net one race was so close. So, so it's a little bit
It was very close.
deep. See, the slip is no slip. Minor slip has gone back to short third man. The short third man, backward point, extra cover, long off, man on the extra cover boundary also. Long on is on the boundary, and a mid wicket, a short backward square leg.
Placing and over completed. That's the end of 4. Canada over 60s, 17 without loss. Nice steady over, just the wide. 2 singles.
But what's happening with them not scoring, it means that equation is elongating itself. It's now 5.76 required.
Current run rate, not a bad one in total. Just over 4 runs and over.
Not bad. Once they keep the wickets in hand, you can accelerate. Once you have wickets in hand, you can go forward. So I think they're being careful, trying not to lose.
Yes, we'll continue. Nicely knocked down. You cannot see it on the monitor, but feeling by Pete Lawrence. Just consistent.
Yeah,
With this consistent breeze got in. Is there any advantage to any of these sides with this breeze?
I think the ball will be coming across from left side to offside. Yeah, I think it's the dust is. I said the dust because the wind is bringing in the dust from the leg side to the offside.
Yeah.
But yes, there's been no. I don't think it will help anybody. It might hinder the bowlers who bowl a little bit with a high drift, a high trajectory.
Oh, that's a very full delivery under the bat. Almost cleaned up the leg stump. Like by signal. You see me? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so shout continues. In the air.
We
Prem
have
just
one
comes
for a
under
long
it.
time. He takes
And he
that. He
takes it.
takes it. Yes, sir. He takes that.
Wicket number 1 going down. That's the fall of Ian Justin's wicket. But at mid-off by Prem Deonarain Singh of the bowling of Shelt. 1 for 6. Canada now 19 for 1 in over number 5.
That's a catch that had to be taken. And he took it well into his lap. He didn't wait for the ball in front of him or above him. He waited for the ball to actually get into his lap. And once it got into his lap, then it was a catch. Good wicket for the West Indian over sixes to get. Ian is a good player, very keen. So to get him away from the crease already is a good break for the West Indies over 6 days. So Canada lost their first wicket.
Rohan Jayasekara, familiar name, making his way to the middle. Jayasekara had a half century, match-winning half century. Last time these two teams met 2 days ago at Musa International Stadium. Musa Cricket Stadium hasn't got international status yet.
Not yet, not yet.
I probably had some pumpkin this morning, so I'm seeing a bit far. 19 for 1.
A little bit in the future.
Yeah,
Of
Jayasekara.
course.
It's on the horizon, Colin. It's
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
It's there.
Well, when the Musa Stadium will become international, I think in May, for Scotland and UAE are due to play the United States. So that will make them an international venue.
This one is driven. There is Arun getting some runs. He's going to get 4 of them. He's going to go across the boundary ropes now. Strike was changed because a catch was being taken. While a catch was being taken, it's been crossed. That rule will change across of October. Overcoming to an end. Successful one for West Indies over 6 days. And Ramesh Shelt. 23 for 1. Sorry, man.
Very pleasant afternoon, very cool afternoon. Now, not great sunshine, but bright enough. Our field looks nice, inviting. The grass a little bit burnt, but it's beautiful. Big, big, big field here. You said, Mr. Ramsing, when you were coming in, you saw that sign. 14 cricket fields to be put in this area. Wow.
2 with lights.
That is amazing. As I said, the only place I've ever seen this is in Queensland, Brisbane area. I was doing some coaching at a school, and while we were coaching, they had cricket going on in about 5 or 6 other venues around where we were.
Saying to continue.
That's really true.
Just single. Oh, good
Fielded,
top,
well
good top.
fielded. Get 2 extra cover, stopped nicely.
Rinker Sammy there for you.
He's very keen.
Yes. Kasami has an open invitation for any of the guys who would like to join him in the morning in the gym at the hotel.
Good.
So far, just the two of us.
I
They've
can
already
really walk.
just myself and Mr. Kasami.
I'm not gonna get them at 2 o'clock in the morning. One would be two.
The former Sri Lankan and Canadian international. Top three crease. Slow start for him. Swept away nicely as we were speaking about the slow innings.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Stung that through back to square leg before. Nicely swept offline by Mr. Premdi Ryan outside leg stump. Free hit. Through back to square leg 4. First bad ball, I think the West Indies over 60s ball in this innings, 29 for 1. We've had 6 overs.
Good conditions for cricket, however.
Yep.
Not a scorching heat.
Once the wind dies down a little bit, because the wind, sea winds high, it brings in the dust, it pushes everybody in a different direction.
So, how many cell phones do you have?
Me? With me or
With you.
generally
With
one?
I have one.
This
But
one.
our technical guru has 3.
My daughter has 3.
Runs for Canada again.
Yes. Well, I'll tell the guy. I'll tell the technical guy. Thank you.
Arun Tapno, 14.
All right. Somebody just called to say Toronto, the wind is interrupting the commentary terribly.
Wind.
Yeah, we just got a phone call from one of our fans, I think, in Toronto, that suggested that the wind might be interrupting the commentary. It is extremely windy here. Not just windy, extremely.
I just want to say, down towards backward point runs for Jayasekara.
So while we thank you for listening and tuning in on YouTube to our broadcast, I could tell you there's not very much we could do over the wind here. It's about 20 to 30 knots, and it's been going up. There is supposed to be some thunderstorms and tornadoes, perhaps tomorrow in the Houston area. This might be the preamble. Normally, you have a lot of preambles to those serious situations. A big shout just now for an LBW. But yes, I think sometimes there's nothing we could do about it. Even the baffles can't interrupt the noise because of the wind. I spanked 2 extra cover, that's 4 more. Big shot. Again. Just decides to drive that 2 extra cover. And the result is 4 more runs, 38 for 1. We are in over number 7. So wherever you're taking this broadcast around the world, thank you for tuning in to YouTube for the Masters Champions Trophy.
On the leg side, runs again for Rohan Jayasekara. This is a very expensive over for the West Indies over sixes. Canada over sixes, capitalizing on some loose deliveries and 4 more runs. The third boundary of the over. He's gonna look to continue with this good start. He has Jayasekara. Had a good knock in the last game against West Indies over sixes. Set treat to him. So take a liking to the West Indian bowlers. That was a badly lined delivery from Shelt, the opening bowler. Down the leg side, punished. Score now on 42.
Need a second.
So 1-4.44 in the overs. In the over so far. Now a single. Single to end. Over number 743 for 1.
Maybe it wouldn't work, not sure.
It's gonna be a change in bowling, it looks like, from the far end. Or
So this goes for
Mike. No, it's actually gonna have same bowler coming up. Ryan, Prem Ryan Singh. Prem Ryan Singh is gonna continue. Here he is coming from far end of the ground.
one.
Just thinking. Hold on, let me check. 3 overs for Singh so far, none for 15. The number 4. Just good shot driven down towards extra cover. Shelt is on the boundary. It's a very good return. Good service to the bowler. It's over number 8 in progress. Victory. Wrap-up is after it. It's gonna stop it from getting into the boundary. Cannot prevent the second run from being taken. That's a really good arm. Sends a return to keeper's end, but Jayasekara, a top look, completing too easily. It's going to be
1-1-1.
Shelt. Sorry, it's going to be 0 staying to continue. Right to delivery, nice flight, nice loop. Once the batsman can get it past that inner circle, runs will always be on the offer. Canada over 60 is getting closer to the first 50. 47 through loss of 1 wicket. Nicely played, soft hands.
What I like about this whole circumstance is that you're running the singles. A lot of singles happening, which is what you want to be happening. Windy, very, very, very windy.
Flighted nicely though.
It's coming in here.
Over is going to be completed at the end of 8 overs, 49 for 1. Canada looking to get 252 to win this contest.
I must say to our viewers and listeners everywhere that we're trying to get a little bit of a better production for you. It is extremely windy here. So we're trying our best with all the bufferings and everything else. Oh, that's a bit four. That's a misfield and it's four. You would have heard some car horns. We actually have spectators now. Once the ball goes to the boundary, we get four. The 50 has come up. It's 55 for one. This is over number 9. So they are keeping up with the run rate required, the Canadians. Right now, they need a required run rate of 5.42. Started just about there. They got to get 253 to win this game. Conditions are really good for cricket, though. Very bright. Just the wind is a little bit of a problem. But I suppose you can't get everything. Bright, it's very cool, and the wind is keeping that being cool. That's spanked out the extra cover. It's probably going to be 1 run. Probably going to try for 2 because of the midfield. But then the problem, it gets back into the wicketkeeper. 56 for 1. Over number 9. Rohan has got 21. Arun has got 25. Nine overs complete. 56 for 1. Again, I apologize to our listeners and viewers wherever you're taking this broadcast. Unfortunately,
So that's the end of the fourth over from Keith Lawrence. 7 coming from that over. 50 coming up in over number 9 as well. Ball happening for Canada over 60s at the moment. Just 1 wicket in the bag.
the passers are being battered by
Message is going out here, Colin. The 6-1, 9 overs completed.
they don't need messages now. They're batting normal, they're batting well. There's no need to be beating yourself up, changing equation. They're doing all right. If in the last over they need 6 runs per over, they will have balanced it correctly. All that Canada has to do is bat exactly like the United States did. Take your time, try to get 45 overs. Get is less than 6 runs per over, which means that's 1 per ball. If you don't get wickets lost, you could win the game. If Canada lose wickets, they are going to lose the game. There's not a run so much, it's about wickets. West Indies over 60 did the same thing. Bat out 45 overs. Bat out 45 overs, you can become close. You may not win, you can come close. If you keep up the run rate. The run rate required now, 5.47. Call that 6. That's 1 run per ball.
Double change. Lawrence from the end in the previous over. Now we're seeing Ramroop.
Score 56 for 1.
Banged away through the offside. Good stop from Lawrence. Lawrence number 17 on his shirt. This is number 17. Evan Lewis. The modern game. Kimo Paul started with number 17.
Where's Evan Lewis? I see that he's been picked for that little camp they're going to have, I think.
Haven't seen that name.
His name was in that list that I put up yesterday.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
I check the list.
So when in
That's one of
doubt,
the things you do.
when in doubt, check back.
Nothing is perfect. When in doubt, check.
It's cut away, runs for. Oh, what a wonderful stop from Keith Lawrence. Number 17 is in the spotlight. That one was traveling to his left. And he stuck with that left hand. Knocked it down, not cleanly. Could not prevent the single, but he certainly saved three. Too wide from Ramrup in his opening over. Oh, it's too straight. That was easy single at the square leg area.
Yes, the 17th West Indies Cricket Board called up 16 people for a 2-week white ball skills camp in Antigua. I expect this is going to be the first of maybe 2 or 3 sets of 16 they're going to call. And I also expect that those guys who are playing in the IPL, they will already have been playing cricket with a white ball. So T20, ODIs, white ball, they may not have to go to a camp. If they're going to be picked to play for the West Indies. They did call up 16 players for a 2-week camp, white ball skills camp in Antigua and Barbuda. Thursday, March 31st to April 13th, which is a Wednesday. The names: Nkrumah Bonner, Darren Bravo, Jamar Brooks, Casey Carty, Royston Chase, Justin Graves, Chandrapal Hemraj, Shay Hope, Brandon King, Sean Otley, Kimo Paul, Anderson Phillip, Raymond Reefer, Niall Smith, Devon Thomas, and Naeem Young. But you were right. The little left-hander from Trinidad and Tobago is not there.
But I saw him about a week and a half ago. There was a 10 tournament at Maple Little Grand African
And
Academy,
he did well.
and he was playing there. I saw a few highlights.
Correct.
10 is basically highlights. So I saw a little bit of it, of the action. Over nonetheless completed here at peer review. 10 overs gone, 58 for 1.
You know, the concept of T20 cricket caught on everywhere. But when we were in primary school, we used to play a game called Bound to Run. Once you hit the ball, you had to run. And you were allowed to, I think, miss 2 deliveries. If you miss a third, you were adjudged out.
Correct.
It's as simple as that. Okay, you had to hit the ball. I think you were allowed to allow 2 misses per se. Once you hit the ball, you had to run. 1, 2, 4, whatever you could get. If you missed the ball more than 2 times, you were bound to run. Yes. In Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, I think they call it tip and run. Same thing. So T20 is a name, but it's not a concept that is new. People have been playing that kind of cricket all the time on the beach. Most 5-a-sides are like that. What's going on out here? Looks as if the batsman pulled away from that one. But the umpire didn't signal that ball.
No, it did not signal wide either. I think the batsman was hoping it would have been wide enough to be called a wide. Oh, that's turning back. Good turn. And the keeper is after it because the keeper is
I
beaten as
think they
well.
might have been an inside edge. No, I think it's going to be a bye. The bye.
Turn. No bills.
I think had the Bears been on, that might have hit
Might
the
have
top of the
been clipped.
Bears.
Might have been
That's
clipped.
correct. But because of the high wind, there are no bails. That turned a lot.
We, in our younger days, I mean, it's still happening. 1 tip, 2 tip.
Yes. Which is another variant of the same thing. The first ball you're allowed to touch. The second one, once you hit it, you gotta go.
Gotta go.
Gotta go. Tip, run. Yes, sir. So the concept of T20 is not new. It's just 20 overs, and you make as many runs as you can. 4, 6s, 2s, whatever.
That's very high. An appeal
Too high.
just from the bowler.
Too high. That would have been too high, going over the top of the stop. Would not have been able to do that. So, for those folks who are listening to us around the world, we apologize for the wind here, but our baffles just can't cope with the wind. It is very windy out here.
It's coming towards the end of his second over. One is pulled away nicely. He runs for
Going to be four.
Jayasekara. Shot into the gap. End over number 11. 64 for 1.
Yes, I knew that would have been four because it's short of a length. The batsman was already on the back foot trying to pull it across from off the leg. Did exactly that through mid wicket. Did a mid on and a wideish mid wicket. So once you get through that space, you get four. 64 for 1. We've had 11 overs. Coming up to the first interval of this innings. Each innings got an interval at 15 overs, then 30. Then the last 15 at 45. But still on track, the Canadians, to get to that 262, correctly, 252 that the West Indies had won. Excuse me, 252 for 8. I'm ahead of myself. I thought that 252 will win. I said 1.
Need one more.
Meantime, all these kids are passing across here because the Houston Open, I think. Houston Open is going to be here starting Thursday, so everybody came for a little bit of a practice. Balance. Balance. It's all boy there.
KFC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Are you just ready?
In the air, but short of the fielder. Lawrence, number
So,
17,
Mr. John
really in the
Ramsey?
spotlight.
I mean, I must ask you. You know these guys well.
I recognize a few.
Carrie Peer is here.
Charles Glenn.
That's
former
right.
West Indies Test captain as well.
That's
Dennis
right.
Ramlin.
Dennis Ramlin is there.
Yes.
I just saw him.
His bump. The great Ramsey.
Why are those guys here again for the Houston Open? Huh?
He was called Lightning. Atlanta Lightning.
Oh, they came from Atlanta. Okay, okay. Good. They seem to be organized. Went for a nice long run and some workouts. Guess they're going to be going back to the hotels now. They have a van that has Atlanta, I think. It looks like a Georgia registration. Yeah.
Second over from Ramrup coming to an end. 9 for 6 so far. 68 for 1 after 12 overs. Canada, the target, 253.
Yes, not 252. 252 will make it a tie. So 253 if they're going to win this. What I'm interested in here, the run rate required, it's been hovering just about 5.6 every time we started. So it means they're keeping up with what is required. Arun, 30. Rohan, 27. 68 for one from, what was that, 12 or 13 overs?
12 completed.
12.
33 to go. So the tournament, the Houston Open, actually runs from the 30th of March, tomorrow, to April 3. Full toss as Lawrence continues. This one is going to head towards mid-wicket boundary. That's 4 runs. The 8 will now become 72. Start over number 13.
Some of the Canadians support over there. Every time a boundary is hit, so he must be thinking that the Canadians should win this.
Has sporting a fire engine red top, so chances are he is. For the Canadian national side, the 6th side.
Young men here.
Lawrence to continue.
Thank you. That could be 4 more. Actually, field.
That's knocked down.
But I got one. So at this stage, the Canadians don't look too bad. They've lost 1 wicket. We're still into the first 15 overs. If we multiply what they have at the end of 15 overs by 3, you might get an approximation as to where they will end up. They're already 73. So multiply that right now, that will be 219. So there they go again. That could be 4.
That's running away. The horn gives it away. Definitely 4. 77. Loss of 1 wicket. This is a very good partnership. Arun Taplu and Rohan Jayasekara. They batted well also the last game against West Indies.
Yes, you're correct. Remember that nicely in the last game. So here we go again. The net run rate required is 5.42. $77 for 1. We are in over number 13. 34 from 36. 32 from 22. That is Arun and Rohan. I think 3 deliveries are gone.
It's a full toss. Lawrence not getting his radar out just yet.
His first over was quite good. He got a couple of turns, but I think he's going a little bit of a short of a length now. And because of that, the batsmen are able to pull him across towards the square leg or to cut him through backward point. And like that one, badly lined on the leg stump. So they might just get 1, but could have been 2 even.
That single has brought to the 60th run in this partnership. Let's get at 19 for 1 in the 5th over.
79 for 1. We're now in over number 13. So they're accelerating. Run rate required says 5.41 now.
That's good work from your Lal in the cover. Covers and knocks it out. So that's the end of over number 13, 79 for one.
Right. 79 for one, 13 overs complete. Two more for the first break. Good partnership developing here between Aaron. He's got 35 from 38 and Rohan, 35 from 25.
Not to Lightning
They're going back to their hotel or wherever they're staying.
left the complex.
Elvis, they're leaving.
Jayashekhar 33, Arun Taplu 35, 79 for one. Craft making his way across Prairie View Cricket Complex.
Yeah, but you can't see it today because of the clouds are so low.
Yeah. It's there. I'll tell you.
Yeah, you could hear it. If you're a young pilot, this is the kind of conditions you like flying in, though,
Really?
because it allows you to fly what they call instruments. You gotta fly with what's in the airplane telling you where you're going to. Also looking outside, which is visual flight.
We need to look a bit too easy now for Canada.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. They're not doing anything spectacular to get runs. I agree with you.
I think they continue from where they left off 2 days ago.
They made what, 266?
266. The interval coming up after 15 overs.
Very important to the West Indians.
Go to that break for many reasons.
Have a quick powwow and maybe develop a second plan.
Yes. Just Southern wicket. And the first passage of play so far. He adjusted 19 for 1 in the fifth over.
Canadians look very organized right
Yeah.
now. Very organized.
Look at delivery, but cannot get it through the covers. Bring up fielders there.
That is a ring. You got a short third man, a backward point, a cover point, a short extra cover. Then you got a long off, wide, deep extra cover on the boundary.
Oh, bad bounce for Pinker Sammy. That was a single to be taken much easier. But had he picked up cleanly, might have been threatening to throw down stumps at one of the ends.
So remember what we were saying about yesterday. When you get wickets, suddenly it puts pressure on the batting team. You had one wicket, they look comfortable, not a lot of pressure.
Here again, Pinker Sammy. Oh, lovely feeling.
One of the problems about batsmen is that they might be scoring like this, ones and twos, but they think they're not going quickly enough. So they try to do something big and expansive, and that puts pressure on their batting team. We've had 14 overs, 83 for 1.
That 100% chance of rain tomorrow. Certainly looking 60% of the moment.
Yes, and not only 100% chance of rain, how long will it be around? I don't know what the cover situations are here at the Prairie. And Musa, I don't know what the covers are. They got covers.
I think that might just be for the
Right.
actual pitch because
The last time I saw rain, if you remember, was Guyana
oh yeah,
when Pakistan played West Indies. That was serious rain, not just rain. Serious one. Then we saw it again in Kingston, in the test matches.
Lawrence will continue. 3 overs, none for 23. Still have the bowling options available. Mohammed can bowl. Roy Singh is a decent off spinner, but he has the gloves on today.
Uh-huh. Oh, there's no rule that says that we can keep a guy from bowling.
There's no rule. Yes,
There used to be a rule like that in the olden days, ages ago. There's going to be one down to backward point to the boundary area. Yeah, there used to be a rule like that, which people couldn't bowl. But they took that out a little bit. Normally, people now could.
Devon Thomas has been bowling. We can keep him filling in the outfield.
Yeah, you're right.
He's part of that training camp. It's announced for West Indies ahead of that game, that tour of Netherlands. The last I checked last night, Netherlands were battling against New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand
Rain
won.
game. There was some rain at that time.
Check the scores in that. I think New Zealand won. One of the things about technology, but check any. New Zealand won that.
Sucked up nicely with bad feeling again. Dot ball turns into 1. The easy singles being taken out. Lawrence into his 4th over.
Australia beat Pakistan. Australia 313 for 7, Pakistan 225.
Good delivery, good comeback. So down towards the final delivery of this first power play.
Netherlands 202, New Zealand 204 in 38.3. 104 for 3.
Oh, that's a bad bounce again for Venkateswamy.
Yeah,
And
yes.
it's going to run away into the boundary, backward square. So that's the end of the first power play, end of the first 15 overs in this run chase. Canada, at the start of their innings, set the target of 253 from 45 after 15 overs, 90 for the loss of 1. Arun Taplu is on 41, Rohan Jayasekara on 37, and they require a ford of 163 to win from 30 overs at 5.43 runs per over. First 15 overs of this run chase, where's the advantage?
The advantage right now, I think, the Canadians. They've lost 1 wicket. They're scoring at 6 runs per over, 15 sixes and 19. They look very comfortable. You use the word comfortable. They look very organized. 90 for 1. The Canadians right now, a little bit of the advantage. What their West Indian over 60s have got to do, get a couple of wickets. But right now, at the first break of this second innings, 15 overs gone. Canada 90 for 1 after 15. The advantage right now for me is a little bit more for the Canadian over 60s.
All right, we'll be back with the second power play and the second passage of play with Canada looking to get 253. We'll be back.
screen.
Well, good afternoon. This is the second session of the second innings. This is the start of the 16th over. My name is Colin Croft. I have my young friend here, Mr. Bilal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second half of this innings. Comes Mr. Rambo. Starts off with a loosener. Might just run down to the boundary. Fielder was able to cut it down, and they'll only get a single.
Just one run. Thought they would have gotten more than one. Rohan has got 37. I think it was a single, wasn't it? Wasn't it one run? I think it was one by.
That's poor running from Canadians,
Should have been at least two.
right? Second ball is straight to the cover fielder. I like this new position for the short cover. It's a perfect position to stop the single.
That's correct.
Because if the fielder at short cover is standing deep on the circle,
He's giving them out LBW, but I think the batsman think he hit the ball. I actually think the batsman thinks that he hit the ball. Because he's looking down at the bat. And then that's strange. That's very, very strange. I actually think the batsman thinks that he hit the ball. I don't know if he hit it. The batsman thinks that.
I can tell from the reaction of the batsman.
But in the meantime, he's been giving out LBW. That's a big blow for the West Indies over 60s. You have gotten that second wicket.
Had to break that partnership.
That partnership was going well. 91 to 2 it is now. And he comes off and he says the same thing and hit the bat. Incredible.
Batsman, I gotta check with that with the new batsman.
So that wicket came at just about the right time for the West Indies over 60s. Dejan Ryan getting his first wicket. This is his fourth over, 1 for 10 he's got so far. Rohan, the not out batsman, he's got 37. The new batsman is Mukesh. Canada over 60s. Now he's going to have to restart and rebuild. Canada 91 for 2. They are now in the 16th over 1-6.
Cutting down the singles will put the pressure back on Canadians, which will in turn make them go for the big shots.
But they don't have to do that. It's only 5.52 required. That's literally one run per ball. So if you get twos and ones, you don't have to hit boundaries.
The reason they haven't been doing that is because they were getting a lot of easy singles and doubles just into the gap. The fielders are standing back inside the circle.
That is
But
correct.
now, if you notice, the offside field is a little bit more in from this 30-yard circle.
Correct. You don't need to be in the circle, right on the edge of the circle. You could be a little bit closer.
Because you have protection out on the boundary line, so you're able to do that.
Yeah, he fell on his shoulder, I think.
Injured himself there. Hopefully not. Hopefully he's all right there.
Cramp, pull muscles.
But he might want to bring some water.
Cramps and pull muscles. Not good. I know how that feels. I tell you, the first day my left hamstring. After this morning, I'm still taking painkillers. Yes. the misfield. The score is 92.
Only 2 runs given in that over after the
Yeah.
break. And a wicket as well.
That's correct. He's the man down right now.
West Indies lost the first wicket on the first ball of the innings. After that, Roy Singh, the captain, and Dejnarayan Ramru built the partnership. They brought the score up to 33. That's when they lost the second wicket. And came in Monty Venkasamy played a brilliant innings of 40 with 4 boundaries. Losing the third wicket on 71. Then brought in Keith Lawrence. Keith Lawrence couldn't get off to start, facing 8 deliveries, 0 runs. After that, we had Krishna Dutt Ramdat come in, scored a brilliant 53 off 45, hitting 6 boundaries in the innings. That was a really, really nice partnership between Monty Venkasamy and Krishna Dutt Ramdat. And we had a nice little cameo from Hafiz Muhammad, 41 off 37, hitting 3 boundaries and ran a lot actually, which was really, really nice to see. And Ian, 23 off 26, just 1 boundary. So 19 of those 23 were ran and not boundaries. Looks like the fielder's walking off now. So Monty Venkasamy right here injured himself trying to stop the ball.
Monty Venkasamy had to be helped off the field because serious problems with his leg, probably cramp, probably pulled a muscle.
Frame comes into the attack.
The adrenaline is still there, so maybe late in the evening.
Absolutely. He'll want to.
Sometimes it hurts a little bit more.
Absolutely.
92 for 2. We are in over number 17, about to be started. Run rate required 5.55. Still gettable once you don't lose wickets.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what you need to be thinking about if you're the Canadians over 60s. Do not lose wickets. If we could get to the very last over number 45,
Right.
needing 6 runs with 6 wickets in hand, that might do well for them.
So
If
right now, yep.
they only need 6 runs with 1 wicket in hand, then the chances are the team should win. So you got to be very careful. Wickets are very important.
Absolutely.
Put the pressure on either the fielding or the batting team.
There will be some pressure on the Canadians right now because that partnership was broken.
Correct.
They'll look to build one once again. Got it. Thank you. Looking at the offside field here, I was mentioning earlier, they're standing a little too deep. I would like to see one fielder just come up and try to stop the single.
Correct.
Because you have that deep cover that can cover either the back point and the extra cover.
So the short extra cover here should be a little
Should be a
closer.
little closer.
That is correct.
That will put pressure mentally on
Yes.
the batsman.
And then they might try to go over the top. 2 balls gone. That is correct. So you're right. You're right. The cover of extra cover on the boundary. They've got 4 men in the circle.
Soft touch. It's fine leg. Good running there. Left arm spin. Too much width there. There. Good piece of fielding there. The offside. Ball.
Second. Oh. That? No, Ali, that? Talking to me?
Frame pair is keeping a tidy line. He'll look to finish strong here.
Did you know?
Flighted delivery. Good use of the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and just pushing it down towards a long off.
Did you hit that? Did you hit that yourself?
That's
That guy just now.
the end of 17th over. Canadians are 95 for 2.
You don't know here? Yeah. So the edge and it went to the pad. And
Good over by Prem Singh. Conceding just 3 singles.
Right. So 17 overs completed. 95 for 2. Breaking that partnership just now allowed maybe the West Indies over 60s to get a little bit of an advantage after the break. Going into the break, certainly Canada were ahead. Getting that second wicket changed a few things. 95 for 2, but as you were saying, it's still less than a ball a run in from here to win. They need 158 from 28 overs, which equates to 5.64 runs per over, or 6 runs per over if it's in the real world.
Tej Narayan Ramro back into the attack. Or I should say to continue. Just a little push to the leg side for a single. Canadians are actually looking to rotate at the moment. Single.
They have to. Rotating the strike is the easiest way to get runs. It also confuses the fielding team. Rohan has got 38, Mukesh 4. Rohan now has to stay there as long as possible, maybe up to at least the 30th over to keep things together.
Good use of the feet. Good fielding as well. Only conceding 1 run there. West Indies have come out with a plan after the break.
Yes, I
Seems
mean,
like.
the game was going away from them in the first session, but they had a big meeting just before they went back out
Exactly.
on the edge. That always happens to batsmen, you know. It's just a short delivery,
Eyes open.
and the
wide.
leg side on the leg stump, and the square leg is open, and the eyes open big. And the next thing you know, it's on the edge, it hits the pad, it hits the stump, or they miss altogether.
Happens more often than not. Well, that's a beautiful shot, but there's a fielder there. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get
Boundary
it.
is four.
Beautifully timed. Great shot by Mukesh Narula here.
Well, that's loosening the shackles a little bit. That's the first boundary we've had since the interval.
That gives him a bit of confidence.
That
First
it
boundary.
brings confidence. It also brings feel of, okay, we've broken the shackles a little bit. Let's see if we can get a few more of those. At least let's run a little bit more, be a little bit more free. But you're right, the first couple of overs, things were very tight.
Last ball of the over. Should only be a 1. 102 after the 18th over.
Novus complete. 102. 100 comes up with that boundary.
Canadians can successfully chase us down. That's going to be a lot of runs scored today.
Yes. But
500
remember the
plus.
other day they also scored 266
Right.
when they batted first and then obliterated the West Indies over 60s. So this was, in my mind, a little bit of a revenge for the West Indies over 60s batting first. They got to 252. What they got to do now is win this game.
Win this game.
Then they'll be balanced. That is West Indies.
It's really well bowled. Graham is bowling really nicely here, keeping a tight line here, not giving away any loose deliveries. You want to target the new batsman on strike. Don't let him settle.
25, 6, 9, 10, 11.
Short
Oh, the 11
cover.
guys here.
Backward point is a bit too deep in my opinion. That's a loosener right
That's
there.
a loosener. That's going to be 4. Yeah, that's going to be 4. Every time you hear the celebratory horn, you know a boundary has been scored. That person must be from Toronto or Halifax or one of those places in Canada.
I think that is an over 50s Canadian player.
There you go. I would have thought so. So come to support.
Exactly. But if you're gonna bowl that line, you ought to have a deep square leg.
Deep backward square leg. That's correct.
To
So you
protect
have a
that.
deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket
That would only be one run.
for protection. That is correct. So they've got a predominantly offside field. Now this is a left arm orthodox spinner who's supposed to turn the ball from leg side to off. But for that to be dispatched through square leg like that, the length had to be wrong.
You're absolutely right.
And once the length is wrong, the ball will stand up to be hit anywhere.
Be on middle and off the length area. Get the batsman to come forward. Get them to drag. Play on the offside. Might just even slug. That's much better bowling right there. And that is exactly why they need to put one fielder on a single
He's
to put the
coming in.
pressure back on the
He
batsman.
should actually be stopping right at that point where he is right now.
I don't see the point of the fielder standing
They have-
so far back.
Yeah, 4 men in that circle. He's going too deep. He's got a man on the boundary.
No one not stopping a single right.
That is correct.
Batsman just
I
gotta
think the
cap
fieldsman
in.
is telling his captain the
And
same
run.
thing.
I'm sure the batsmen are talking about this. It's all open
They're
area.
too deep.
Tap it and run.
Yes,
Be safe.
they are too deep.
But from the other end, if they're bowling, the fielding's much better and much tighter. If you notice, the short cover stands also on the other side, but not from this side.
They're going to be
That's
running
a single all day. That's a single all
every
day.
time you hit the ball because they are on the edge of the circle. So you will always get a single. You know, the rule says you got to be inside, not outside of the circle. It doesn't tell you can't be closer to the wicket itself. Inside the circle. 2 more deliveries to be bowled.
One more to go. One more to go. That's much better. It looks like the
In a
fielder
position,
moved up a
that's
little
correct.
bit.
He
If
did.
you notice, and he walked
did.
in with that. That
That's
stopped the
correct.
single.
That stops the single.
Gotta have a
That's a good end to that over because a boundary was given away. So we've had 19
Those
overs.
singles I've been noticing it had been happening in entire innings, and I was waiting to come on the commentary so I can.
You can nail them.
I can-
108 for 2. We've had 19 overs. The net run rate required 5.58. That's the one I keep up. What's gone is already gone. You got to get 253 to win.
Get another wicket or two here. They'll put a lot of pressure back on the Canadians. The run rate you'll see will start climbing back.
Wickets are important. Very, very important.
wickets will come if you start bowling more dot balls. And dot balls will be bowled if you have
Correct.
an aggressive field.
Correct, because people have a tendency to panic.
Exactly. You see on the short cover is standing a bit more closer.
The wicket keepers change. Have you noticed that?
I just noticed that. Good eyes.
That's over the top. That's over the top of a mid wicket. That's 4 more nicely hit runs. That is Rohan. That moves him on to 44. As I said earlier on, if Canada are going to win this, Rohan has to stay there at least to the 30th over.
He is a set batsman right
He's
now.
a set batsman.
Seeing the ball as the size of a football right now.
That is correct.
He's not giving away the chances to put the bad balls out to the boundary. That's putting a lot of pressure back on West Indies. Fielder had to go fetch the ball a long way.
112 for 2. We are in over number 20.
Still 141 runs to
A lot of runs.
155 deliveries. A lot of runs.
Lot of runs. Lot of runs. 141 runs to get. There's a lot of runs to get to win a game. All they need is 2 wickets and they can start panicking.
Do you see the previous wicketkeeper on the field?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm thinking it's probably because
He-
we didn't see him bowl.
He's a short extra cover. He just fielded that.
Exactly. We'll see him
the
bowl
captain.
a bit then.
He's the captain. Roy.
Good use of the feet. You know you've got a boundary already. First ball, second dot, third, push it down straight towards. Get a single.
Correct.
You don't need to do nothing fancy. You've got the runs.
You already got a boundary. You could get 6, 7, 8 runs. from here on.
Exactly. Smart batting there.
Yes, sir.
That's well bowled. More of those will put a lot of pressure back on Canadians. There's a big gap on the leg side.
Yep. Between mid wicket and back of square leg. Now, if you can't get that, should be 2.
It'll only be 1. It goes past the short cover, no problem. You got the sweeper behind you. They'll cover you.
Just 1. $114 for 2. 1 more ball for this over to be completed.
Well bowled. $114 for 2 after 20 overs. And 139 from last 25.
5.56. It's been about there from the start of this innings. Not gone up or down. 6 runs required in the last 2 overs. That's how I look at it. There's another game going on today, isn't there?
There is another game going on. USA versus
USAA.
USAA.
It should be USAA versus USAB.
Right.
But anyway.
Only 4 bowlers have been bowled by the West Indies so far. Frame is going to continue from the commentator's end. That's beautifully bowled. Got a bit of turn there as well.
Bounce and turn. Teasing, just teasing. Good point, the cover point, takes the cover ball back into the circle. Cover on the boundary, long off.
This partnership is building already. Beautifully bowled. Again, very similar delivery to the previous one. Tracking the batsman now. balls. We'll see what the batsman has in mind. We'll go for a big shot.
But he doesn't have to,
Exactly. He does not have to.
but he might.
He might.
Because
What
he's
God
already,
won't do to you.
he's thinking, I just not play. I haven't gotten any runs in 3 balls. So now he tries a big shot, it might go up in the air
That's
or run out.
a little bit of a
You could get 2
misfield there.
here now. Because the man at third man who ran the ball. From no runs, it became 2.
2 runs. Should have been a dog ball.
The fieldsmen are panicking.
Right. You gotta support your bowler here. He's bowling beautifully. You gotta support him. That'll put a lot of pressure back on the batsman. Run there. That could have been 5 dog balls in the
Look at
over.
this.
Look at this. They're just giving away
The return
free
is
runs
bad.
right now. Just giving away free
Not
runs.
necessary.
Unnecessary.
There was no rush for that. The ball was split in front. There's no need to be throwing back like that to the bowler. The ball is upset, and well, he should be,
Exactly.
because that counts against him. But that was not necessary.
And the team. Oh, flighted delivery. Well bowled.
And well, now the man is they were going. There was no need to return the ball like that.
Stay focused, recollect their thoughts, and stay in the game. Do not give away free runs. Put the pressure back on the batsman.
21 overs gone. 117.
What could have been a maiden over there?
Should have been, but they gave away a couple of runs. Let's see now, 2 runs.
3 runs,
3
a
runs.
double and a single.
Correct, 3.
One was a misfield and the other one was a bat.
Correct.
On target.
117 for 2. We've had 21 overs. Ramdi and Orion, none for 33 from 7.
The other game at Musa Stadium, USA over 60 scored 230 and 39.2 overs.
Yes.
All out. USA 26 for 3 after 15.3, off to a very slow start.
That's right. So you don't need to. The start is not the important thing, you know. It's the finish.
Right.
It's the finish, not the start. $117 for 2.
There's no
Canada.
line. One row back into the attack. I should say to continue.
That could be at least 1.
Should
Could
only
not
be
be
one.
more than 1.
Good field in there,
Good
attacking the
fielding.
ball, and not
Getting to the
waiting
ball.
for the ball to get to him. Actually going to the ball.
Correct.
Very important.
He got there quickly. The return came back into the bowler's end.
Outside off. That's well placed. That actually still should only be a little bit of a
Now
misfield.
they are going to have 2 because of that misfield. Suddenly, now there's 3 runs in 2 deliveries. So you see, you don't have to panic. He's now making up for what happened in the last over.
A little bit of room to offer. Rohan hits it towards the deep cover, deep point fielder. And gets a single and gets off strike. Puts Mukesh on strike. This is a good partnership.
Good
Building
partnership with
there.
Calvin, of
Canadians.
course.
The wind has gone a little bit stronger. I'd say. It picks up, but much better than what it was.
It's better than it was this morning. The wind is here still, but not as bad.
Not as bad, and less cloudy too. of a quicker delivery. He played it towards the same fielder that's been receiving a little bit of a miscommunication between the batsmen. It's like Rohan wanted the second, but Cage sent him back. 5 runs coming off that over. 122 for 2 after 22 overs. Required 131 runs and 138 deliveries. Know that game. He's going to continue bowling his 8th over. Has bowled pretty well today. 1 for 29.
$122 for 2. We are at over number 23. Over number 23 coming up now. They're going to probably push for 2 here.
Now he's got a good arm actually. He's the opening bowler, I believe. From
They should have been pushing
Schultz.
for 2.
Should have been pushing, but I feel like the batsmen know that he has a pretty good arm. So they're a little worried about running the second one from him.
That might be a
bowled.
wide. Started wide, drifted a little bit wider, but maybe just in the middle of the return line.
A little bit quicker delivery.
Quicker delivery, played out to the man, a short extra cover.
Like to see short cover exactly where that ball stopped.
Correct.
That would mentally put pressure on the batsman. Dot ball. So only 1 run off the first 4 deliveries of this over. We'll see what the batsman will do to get the runs. Lighted delivery. That's beautifully timed.
That's 4. Can't get there. That's a nice shot.
Did not even
That's a very nice shot. Classically played. Man had made long off, couldn't get there. Huh?
maybe slow down a bit.
Man long off could not get there. It was to his
Beautifully
right, to
timed.
his left, sorry. Nicely timed.
Good placement as well.
Caress. Through them. Nice.
That brings up
Offside.
50 off for Rohan here. Beautifully played. 50.
Yes, that's a really nice shot. 52 is got now. Excellently played there for Rohan.
Consisted
We
of
still
8
got a long way to
boundaries.
go. 8 boundaries in that 44 balls that he's faced.
That's going to be a no run there. So 5 off that over.
127 for 2. Over 23 completed. So again, the net run rate still is going up a little bit because that over they only scored 5. So it's gone up to 5.73, which is 6. Once it's below 6, it is always 6.
Graham has 1 more over. अच्छा स्कोर हो गया 127. Yes sir, got it. Ramesh is back into the attack. Change. See, he'll be bowling to Mukesh here. Let's see. Falls short of the short cover fielder.
That was a long hop. Pulled across the line. 4. He hit that hard. Really, really hard. Did Mukesh?
How far the fielder has to go catch the ball right there. West Indies could look to put another fielder on the leg side if they're going to be bowling that line right there. Because there is a huge gap between deep square leg and mid wicket.
Yes.
Fielder between that would stop those boundaries right there. But the question
The
is,
long one, there's a mid wicket on the boundary. But those are the only 2 boundary riders on the leg side. Short backward square leg is midway between the boundary.
loosener right
Missed
there.
that,
That might just go.
but it might run away for 4. Okay, somebody else is injured now. Scrap. Now you understand.
Watch it. Watch it. Looks like he's cramping as well. Second fielder to be getting the cramps.
Yep.
As West Indies have another substitute.
I don't know.
He's going to continue to stay on the field and fight through it.
135 for 2. From what is this?
3.3.
2014. 5.49 now required.
Run rate was actually steadily climbing, but with those 2 4s, it has gotten below 5.5.
Well, it hasn't gone below 5. It hasn't gone above 6. So that's hovering in the mid 5s. So
With 2 set
5.49.
batsmen on the crease,
Correct.
that shouldn't be a problem. So West Indies will
Well,
look to
I don't know. It shouldn't be a problem.
create a breakthrough here. Trying to figure out what's going on here.
I saw the bowler go all the way down there. Oh, the bowler is injured.
Yes, sir. Got it. So it looks like the fielder and a bowler is injured. It's not looking too good here
Yes, sir.
for the West Indies. Already 1 fielder off the field. Now 2 more.
3.
So a total of 3.
Not good.
Might have to see Mr. Ramsing getting on the field. And tire bowler.
Rohan has got 52. Mukesh has got 25, 135 for 3. Ice. We got cramp. That's ice. If it was cramp, no. Because if you do cramps, if you have cramps, ice don't help it. Cramp, the only thing that helps cramp is salt. But if it's a strain or a pull, ice will maybe help it a little bit. Cold
So the
spray,
bowler was injured. To bowl the 3 overs of the or 3 balls of the over will be Harry Narayan. Here a lot. Ball is for 2. They'll get that comfortably.
$137 for 2. We are over number 20. Arena Ryan,
Now we should see the captain, Roy Singh, coming to bowl shortly.
probably. Probably. That could be out. No, it can't be out.
Umpire signals is not a no ball, is below the waist.
So
138 for a loss of 2 wickets after the 24th over.
you're gonna play John Ramsing? You're gonna substitute? Yeah, you're gonna feel, huh? Okay, boy, I franked my leg bad. Like, I'm serious pain I got. Or in 4 painkillers later.
138.
So that was the end of the 24th over. Had 4 byes, 4 runs, 2 runs and 1, so that's 11. The last one has gone down now. 5.4 is required.
Everything.
Coaching. You guys need some help on the sideline, so it's there.
138 for 2. Still requiring 115 runs from 21 overs. 5.4 rate. It hasn't gone up or down. It remained the same.
Graham Singh is going to bowl his last over.
At this rate, it will mean that the last over they will need 6 runs to win or to lose, depending on your perspective. This is the same bowler continuing, isn't it? From the right.
It
He's
is.
got one more over, I think.
This will be his last over.
Correct.
To Rohan here rather quickly, already on 28.
That's going to be. Well,
Should have been a
should have
single.
been a run. But since they hesitated initially, it's a waste of time. 138 for two. How much to win for the Canadians? 115 for the West Indians. 8 wickets.
Now they'll take a single again from that fielder at cover that's standing on the circle.
253 for a win if the Canadians over sixes will get it. West Indies need to get 8 wickets.
That's good fielding there.
Good ball, good shot, good fielding. Pitched up off stump, a little bit of turn, caressed through the extra cover region, stopped there by Captain Roy. That is cut away to backward point. You can just get a single down to the boundary. So I think this is quite nicely evenly poised. Still 5.56 required, since still the 6 runs required from the last over. We go all the way down to the 45th over.
Tell you if they get a wicket.
If the wickets, that's important here. The wickets column. If they get a wicket or 2 or 3, then the West Indies over sixes will immediately get the ascendancy. That is probably going to run away. It's not
Beautifully
a
timed
boundary.
and
It is a boundary.
great placement for his back
Yes.
region.
I don't think this way he planned to hit it. I think he's planning to hit it a little bit more square. The ball bounced a little bit more, hit the upper edge, went down to backward point to the boundary, but because of the slope, the gradient of the cricket field, once it goes down, it keeps going down because of the slope. So once you get out of the circle, it's
It
four.
looks to me that the West Indies are one short of a fielder, fielding with 10 men right now.
Ramsing is going to come on, I think. John Ramsing, I think, is going to be coming on.
To see a keeper change once again.
Yep, he probably can bowl now.
Wonder who's taking the pads now. Is it the skipper padding up again to keep?
I don't think so.
I don't
is it?
think so either. The skipper is right
Unless
there.
he's coming off.
Number 11 right there.
Unless this guy's
skipper.
coming off. Or is it that
It looks like Christian Dad, the Ram Dad, is going to be the keeper now.
I thought John Ramsey was going to go fielding position somewhere.
Partnership has been 53 runs. Really good partnership of 53.
The gap that's too short there now, Mike.
So we have 4 men injured now, right? In the over 60s, correct? Not so?
Confirmation now. West Indies are fielding with 10 players at the moment, since they've got 4 players injured. unfortunately. Flighted delivery. That's much better than line from the bowler. Got a bowl to your field. To keep
The
it tight.
150 is coming up, 148 for 2. We are over number 26. Rohan has got 57. Mukesh has got 33. Net run rate required 5.34.
Coming out and going between the gap that we were actually talking about. Well, not deep, but inside the circle.
That's down the leg side, but not called a wide. But that was the first one.
The bowler knows it's going to be called as a wide, so let me just push it.
No. Yeah. Didn't do that purposely.
Quicker.
See? And he pulls it down so it wouldn't go to the leg side.
Fielder didn't pick it up initially, but they'll look for two. Make it back comfortably. Rohan is playing beautifully here. Given no chances.
He's taking his time. I think what they're trying to do is just to eke out and just go forward. That's a big shot.
Exact same spot that
That's a big shot.
there's a
4
huge gap between mid wicket and deep square leg.
over there. Oh, that's over the side from the offside to the leg side. That's a good shot. The man from deep mid wicket. He was a little bit deep, but a little bit too square. That went over his head. 4.
One now on 63 off 52 deliveries.
Yeah, the
Having-
150 came up with that 2, and now this 4, 154 for 2. 63 to Rohan, 33 to Mukesh. Now this one will be called a wide. He didn't call it. Yes, he did.
A late call from the umpire.
God, this is the second one down the leg side. So far, 10 runs plus this run, 11. But that one isn't counted yet. End of the over. So we've had what, 26 overs,
155 for 2.
155 for 2. Suddenly they need 98 runs, less than 100, from 19 overs at a required run rate of 5.16. Remember, West Indies over 60 has made 252 for 8, 252 for 8 from their 45 overs. Canada over 60s, 155 for 2 now. They need 98 more runs from 19 overs at 5.16 run rate required. Rohan has got 63. Mukesh has got 33. So down below those 3-figure marks now, the Canadians.
Hafiz Mohammed, new bowler to the attack.
Hafiz who batted so well when the West Indies batted at a half century.
That's good bowling right
It's a
there.
good ball. Very good ball. A very, very good ball. That's probably going to be just one. Fielded.
Good piece of footwork right there.
Very well fielded, well bowled. Tight over so far, 3 deliveries, not a run. Very well done, tight over. Again, this is going to be 1 run. 4 overs, correction, 4 deliveries in this over. Just 1 run. Good so far. Very good over. Full length.
I see Nafis Muhammad bowl in other games, and he's bowled really
Yeah,
well throughout this
he
tournament.
pushes the ball up nicely.
He's taking some wickets and giving breakthroughs.
That's right. So
in
that's
games.
5 deliveries gone, 1 run. This is a
Good
good
decision.
comeback. Good
By the
comeback here
captain.
by the West Indies over 60.
Very good decision from the captain to bring on Hafiz Muhammad there to give a ball. And his ball kept a tidy line here, just conceding 1 run from the over.
Yep. That's an excellent, excellent, excellent over. One over for 1 run, Hafiz Muhammad. Brought it back out to 5.139 required run rate. 97 now required from 18 overs.
Hafiz Muhammad was the most economical bowler.
When they played the first
They
time.
played the first time.
Correct. So
He
you have
didn't take any
Rohan.
wickets, but
Rohan is doing well. He's got 63 from 55. Mukesh not doing too badly. 34 from 42. So right now, for the West Indies over 60s to win this, I think they need a couple of wickets. Just to take the idea of being so comfortable from the Canadians, you need 2 or 3 wickets relatively quickly.
definitely have to break this
You're in the
partnership.
27th over. If you could get a wicket or 2 before we get to 30, then Canada will be less comfortable than they are right now.
Having to field with 10 men, that's not easy. But that's what you've got. You've got to
4
work with.
men are injured.
Might see this keeper have a ball here. Or
It looks like it, isn't it?
actually, we're going to see Ron Khan come into the attack to bowl his first over. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Khan here. With the hat on today. Wants a fielder. There was a third man, but the skipper says we don't have enough fielders to put there. We don't have that. We're missing that guy.
So the guidance should be a little bit finer.
Good start here from Mr. Khan.
Yes. 2 balls straight enough. Played back in front.
Beautifully bowled.
Yep.
No runs there.
Leg stump. Once you don't score from the ball, that's a good ball. It's gone back out again to 5.54 required. Same thing that we started at. Good ball.
Been impressive in the first 4 deliveries. as well.
Definitely.
Would have been brought up a bit earlier.
No,
Now
well,
the bowlers are going for runs.
well, they got runs, they got bowlers, but you can't bring on everybody at the same time. So far, so good, though. There's a long off, so that should only be 1. So that's the fifth delivery of that over. Should have probably have been two. They've been skedaddling, but they took just one. All sorts of vermin coming in. So the trees around that have been blowing around, so all sorts of things. Bees were here.
It's a great over by Mr. Khan.
Very good first over.
Conceding only 1 run.
Correct.
So 2 overs, last 2 overs, only 2 runs conceded.
157 for 2 now. 28 overs complete. 96 required from 17 overs.
Run rate just hovering around that 5.5 to 5.75 area.
The same thing we've
Same
had,
thing
yeah,
we
yes,
started with.
what they started with. So,
The West Indies are definitely not out of this game.
oh no,
Once they get a few wickets,
they need a couple of
They need a
wickets to change the
wickets.
whole equation.
right. New batsman gonna come in.
And I actually think that's what's happened to, especially Mukesh. When he went into bat, he didn't play any big shots. He just decided, I'm not going to get out.
Just rotate. He's only hit 4 boundaries in his 35.
Just waiting and waiting and rotating. Probably going to be one.
There's a sweeper outside. Cut that down to 1.
Sweep error.
This sweeper.
Got to be very careful.
95 runs
Batsmen,
required from 101
you've
deliveries.
got to be extremely careful. That they,
That's a
if
much
they
better
want,
line,
that could be
right
four.
through the gap. Does it have
Maybe
enough
not,
legs to get to
maybe
the
not,
boundary
maybe
line?
not. I don't
Actually
think it
does
has enough
not.
legs.
Good piece of field in there.
I don't think it has enough legs to get there, so they get 3.
Saves 1 run there. Good piece of field.
Well run, well defended by the first person. 61 for 2 now.
That's
Wrong line.
Poor ball. That's
Long
asking to
line.
be hit anywhere. The batsman will pick up 4 runs for that.
Wrong line. Once you go down the leg side, it's a free hit.
It's a free hit.
165 for 2. Now 88 required from 16.3 overs.
Partnership of 74 runs already.
Wow. 74
Rather
runs
quickly.
already.
The second wicket fell at 15.3 overs. So in 13 overs exactly. 74 runs coming. Canadians. Skipper's got a lot of thinking to do here. Should he come on himself? Or the fields?
Well, they got enough overs. So if you get one bowler from out starting right now, bowls 8, so you get 8 to 60. You see what I'm saying? You still have 17 overs to go. So I could come on now.
Beautifully placed
You
and
see?
great timing.
There's
On
another boundary. $169 for 2.
He pitch it up a little bit more, giving too
The
much
first
time
over he was okay.
to the batsman.
First over he gave away, I think, only 5 runs.
And 1 run.
1 run. That's right. So he's giving away now
12 runs.
12
and
runs in
4
this over.
deliveries. Still 2 more to go.
1, 3, 4, and 4. That's better.
Much better. Gotta pitch it up.
That's better.
Don't give the batsman time. On the back foot and room on the outside off. Just last year on the outside. finish this over strong here.
Yep. And he does.
And he does. That's the line.
That's
he'll
the
wanna
line
keep,
and length.
and
Just
length as
outside
well.
off. Well done.
Especially to a couple set batsmen. You give them a bad ball, they're gonna take full advantage of it and get
That
the
is
runs
correct.
and put it to the boundary.
So we've had now 29 overs, 2 for 169, the Canadians over 60s. They're trying to get 253 to win this game. The West Indies over 60s got 252 for 8 from their 45. Right now, the Canadians need 84 from 16 overs,
Last over before the second break.
5.25 run rate required.
The break will give both teams time to regroup their thoughts and
But I think the break is better for probably the West Indies over 60s.
correct.
So the batsmen are in a rhythm and a groove. The break will probably stop that break.
Absolutely.
Stop that
And
groove.
we saw that happen when the first break was taken.
Correct.
3 deliveries.
That's one.
Straight to the fielder, actually. Good piece of work by the deep fielder there. Well fielded, only 1 run. But as I was saying, after the first break, the third delivery was the wicket taking ball.
Yep.
West Indies will look to repeat that once again after the second break or before the second break. So that's
2
the
balls.
first one
One
down the
down
leg
leg
side,
side.
not given a
That's
bite
one of the
because 1 is
the
allowed.
bye.
Mr. Khan here giving it a bit of a flight.
Ball.
Well bowled. Batsman wanted a single, but the non-striker is sent it
Yeah.
back. Ron Khan keeping it tidy in the third over as well. Conceding only 1 run so far. A little bit quicker delivery outside off. Well bowled. That is a good line actually. A little bit closer to the stumps. Not giving too much width. It's a little bit harder for the batsman to put it away into the gap or to the boundary line as well. Here comes Mr. Khan. That might be a little bit of a loosener, and it just might have enough legs to get to fine leg boundary. And when you hear that beep, yeah, you know the ball has reached the boundary line. Required from 91 deliveries now for the Canadians. Good ball here from Mr. Khan, straight to the short cover fielder, skipper Roy Singh. And that's going to be second break here. 5 minutes. Players will get a drink. I'm sure the batsmen will get a drink. The fielders will give them some time to rethink and come up with a plan on how they're going to take the wickets now.
30 overs gone. 174 for 2. 79 required from 15 overs, which leaves a run rate required of 5.27. The West Indies over 60s made 252 for 8. So Canada over 60s are looking for 253. They're well on the way. 174 for 2. We've had 30 overs. So the next 15 overs are very crucial. Still in that middle 5, 5.2, 5.5 required run rate. 174 for 2. 79 required from 15 overs. We take a short break and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. This is the second interval of the second innings, Canadian over 60s versus West Indies over 60s semifinal. We'll be right back.
Right, so we're back. That's the first delivery after the second interval of this innings. Canada set a target of 252, 253. Chasing well, 174 for 2, 67 to 1. Jayasekara, who's on strike. With him, captain of the Canada over 60s. Mukesh Narula, he's on 48, approaching a half century as well. Steady stuff by the Canadians, and that's another productive shot. So runs continue to flow for Canada. As we say good afternoon once again to Colin Croft.
Good afternoon, sir. Canadians are going along nicely. Mukesh has got 48. He's getting this half century. Rohan has already gotten to his. He's got 68, 175 for 2. The most important part of this is if the West Indies over 6s could get a couple of wickets, if they could get 1 or 2 wickets now, that would change the whole equation. 5.44 runs required from here on in. So basically all you have to do is bowl and get a wicket or 2, run out, caught, however. And I think the batsmen are being very careful. They're not taking any chances. So that's the end of that over. End of the 31st over, 176 for 2. 77 now required. 14 overs, 5.50 runs per over.
This partnership 85 the value so far. Actually, runs to date.
Even now,
Yeah.
but as we've seen before, all you need is a mistake. You get a wicket, and normally when 1 wicket falls, you get 2, 3, and then you're back in the game, as we've seen.
We saw the loss of Ian Justin for 6 and Aaron Taproot for 41. 19, 91 wickets falling out. Since then, these guys have put their heads down and batted nicely. Now the captain is on the course of a half century and on strike, Mukesh Narula. That could be 50. Now it's sent back by Jayasekara. What would have been an easy one. But there's no pressure. So we're not trying to convert those half runs into one. So the dot ball.
See, they're being very careful about the batsmen. They're not trying to hit over the top unless the ball is short of a length, which means they keep the ball down if they pull across the line. But they're not trying to drive over the top. I don't think there's any need to do that. Ball him.
Bowl.
What did I tell you? Once you get a wicket or 2, things change. That is a vital wicket. Big wicket for Mukesh.
Yeah, Mukesh Narula. Bowled by Ron Khan. And Ron Khan being constituted the attack belatedly, like you and Bilal were mentioning.
Yes.
He's got the breakthrough. 85 run partnership broken. 176. Also 3 in
Yep.
over number 32.
That could be the game changer. Because when you get a wicket, you might get another one following from West Indies over 6. Positive point of view, they would love to get the wicket of Rohan quickly. But even if they don't get that, and they get maybe Farouk and whoever else comes after that, it still puts pressure on the batting team. They're not as comfortable as they were, let's say, in Overgo. So a wicket, 2 wickets, 3 wickets, things change very quickly.
But a good innings coming to an end from the captain. 49, 63 deliveries, 7 boundaries.
Well played, very well played, very careful. And I think when he got out, it's probably one of his indiscretions because the ball was short. I think he recognized that I could pull this. I was just mentioning it. They were trying to keep the balls down every time they hit into the outfield. This one hit the bottom of the bat and then cannoned onto the stump. A very good dismissal there for the West Indies over 60.
After the first interval, upon the resumption, the third delivery got the wicket of Arun Taplu. And now the third delivery after the resumption, second resumption, got the wicket of Narula. So it's the trend.
So we should get a couple more 15 over divisions in between,
To
right?
get the other wicket.
So we will play till midnight.
Right.
That's
one for
very
Root.
good. Very good.
Jeremani's off the mark. First ball. He's been padded up for a long time. That's short. That's dispatched. Jeremani looking for the second. Could have gotten it, but one contented with just a single. Moves on to 69. Same age as Mr. Croft. 75 needed from for the 13 overs and 1 ball.
Glad I got here. That's all I could say. Very pleased that I got to 69. That's all I could say about that. Could have been worse. A lot of people didn't.
End of a successful over the first after the resumption. First upon resumption. First and the third power play. Run can 3 overs, 1 for 8 now. Canada 75 away from victory. 13 overs to get there. West Indies 7 wickets.
7 wickets. If they could get 2 wickets now, right now, things will change. 2 wickets right now, things will change.
Another 78 for 3. Hafiz is going to continue. Yes, and now 3 overs. 15. No wicket just yet. Back-to-back half centuries for Rohan Jayasekara against the West Indies in this format. At 60 odd runs the last time they met at Musa. One thing has remained constant, I must say, it's the weather. Cloudy, no rain, high winds. Sunshine never came and stayed for any long period, caused any dehydration. Hafiz is going to continue, like I said. Tomorrow, the tournament will continue with semi-final actions in the over 50 category. Was punched away nicely for a single.
That semi-final going to be played at Musa.
Yes. This will be done at Musa. This is over 50 is done at Musa tomorrow.
So they'll be hearing our voices.
But there's 100% chance of
Of
rain.
rain. So yes, we may not be hearing our voices.
Not sure what's going to happen.
But the rain is supposed to be extremely heavy tomorrow. Chances of thunderstorms.
That is happening in Houston. You got to stay indoors.
Oh yeah, they had it about 2 weeks ago here.
Yeah.
It was serious. It was very, very serious. Luckily, nobody died.
Short ball pulled away. Runs again
We
for
got 2,
Canada.
just 2. Luckily, nobody died. That was extremely fortunate and blessed by God that nobody died in that tornado thunderstorm that they had 2 weeks ago. $182 for 3. This is over number 33. There's 5.68 runs per over required. Wicket now, wicket, 2 wickets. Things will change drastically.
To the field.
Oh, he hit
Oh
it.
boy, yes, I think the
He
bat
had
might
to have hit that.
saved.
For if he had not hit that, he would have been out LBW. There it is. It runs. Had he not hit that, it would have been either out LBW or bowled.
What happening since the breakthrough in the last over?
Just a very good delivery. Sometimes cricket has no justifications, you know. That was such a good delivery. Given generous flight, the batsman elected to try to go through mid on with an on drive. Just clipped it. I mean, just clipped it. Had he missed it, it probably would have hit the pad in front of middle stump out LBW. Had he eluded the pad, it probably would have hit the stump. Bowl. Cricket sometimes has no justification. It's not a justified game. Things don't happen the way they should happen. As it is, they got 4. 186 for this week.
Dot ball to end the over. 8 runs from that over. Good one for Canada. 186 for 3. 6 to 7 needed from 12 at a rate of 5.58 runs per over.
Still the same as we started. Nothing untoward has happened. But a wicket or 2 now, and I would put the cat among the pigeons. $186 for 3. Rohan has got 77. Farouk has got 1. So you have to believe that was Rohan who nearly got himself out.
It is.
LBW. Nice inside edge. Sometimes they come in handy. Sometimes you don't want them to happen. That one was fortunate for him. 186 for 3. 33 overs gone. Which means 12 overs. 12 overs. Could go back on right away. You just can't bowl.
Right. Right, so 12 overs. Ron, the man with the golden arm, not bowled in the previous matches, came today the semi-final.
And he's got the wicket already?
Got a wickets already?
3 overs, 1 for 8.
Yeah. I was speaking to him in the bus on the way, telling me he's retired. Very hard, he said, in his earlier life. He's not enjoying.
Old age, holding old age, yeah?
And he has been investing his money of late. So, living a good life
Yeah.
and following his passion now, we're playing some cricket.
Traveling all over, either playing or watching.
Yeah.
There was a guy who used to follow West Indies cricket. I think he's deceased now.
Yes.
Used to be around every West Indies cricket game when I started doing journalism in the early 90s.
Yeah. I remember the fella.
I don't remember his name now. Used to be everywhere. with the
Leslie,
West
was it
Indies.
Leslie?
Uncle Les.
Yes, correct.
Right, Uncle Les. I think his name was Leslie Prasad.
Yes.
Uncle Les. Used to be everywhere. South Africa, England, Australia. Used to go wherever the West Indies
That's
went.
right.
A real magnificent supporter of West Indies cricket. Uncle Les. Yeah.
I've been around, you know, Mr. Frost. I've been around.
I don't know if you've been around. No, but that's a funny thing to say. So I went somewhere in the Caribbean. So somebody introduced me as a former West Indies cricketer. So the person said, "Well, that's before my time." I said, "That's fine. Do you know anything about Shakespeare? You ever heard about Mozart? Well, that was before my time. But I heard about them. So if you were interested, you wouldn't have heard of it."
All right.
No, I was only kidding.
lack of pace from runs is actually creating some problems.
Oh, that's gone through the boundary for 4.
Yes.
Ah, bad misfield. Bad misfield. That was straight down. Bad misfield.
Let's see, Ronaldo. I was looking at the guys, West Indies over 60 side, how they're operating in the field. There's some little issues, there's a little thing they just need to work on. Like they were attacking the ball when it should have been hanging back to just stop it. On that occasion, he ran around the ball.